Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. I'd like to call to order our regular city council meeting. The date is February 7th. The time is 6:06 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Shirley Lanier, Councilperson Chadrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Julia Votel,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullough is present, and City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Assistant City Attorney Keandria Davis.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd also like to invite Mr. Dillon is here with us as well to do the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Dillon, if you want to walk up to the microphone, please. Dylan Cornejo is an 11-year-old who attends Roosevelt Middle School. His favorite study is science, history, and language arts, and he wants to be a basketball player when he grows up. Dylan, welcome, and if everybody can please stand, give a round of applause to Dylan for being here with us tonight. And Dylan, you're going to lead the way in the Pledge of Allegiance. Hand on your chest.
I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Give it up for Dylan again, please. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Yes,
Madam
Chair,
Pro Tem, go ahead.
I'd like to add the Water Department Utilities issue as a discussion item for this agenda.
Where do you want to add it, Pro Tem?
We can add it right before we get to the after awards and presentations.
Board, are we okay with that?
Yes.
Awards and
It's right after awards and presentations.
excuse me, residents tonight, if we cannot yell out, if we can't hear, up here, please. After awards and presentations, you want to do, the first item to address will be the Water Department? Or water presentation, you said?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Patel, go ahead.
I'll be bringing up, I can do it during my comments or whatever you choose, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024 and our desire to be placed as a potential candidate for assistance from the Army Corps of Engineers. Representative Brian Mast needs a letter from us, so I'll be raising that, I guess, during my comments, unless you'd like to see it on the agenda.
Thank you. And Walter, I'm having difficulty hearing up here, having trouble. So if we can't work on the sound, please.
Sure.
Shall I address it at the
Millie.
end?
I didn't hear what she said.
I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Patel, if you could please repeat that.
I am going to ask for the board to give us permission to write a letter to Representative Brian Mast so that Riviera Beach can be included in the Water Resources Development Act of 2024 to provide us with assistance in analyzing the beach erosion that's taken place on Singer Island.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. And board, if we can add to awards and presentations, I want to add our item 11A, or just the actual presentation of our retiring K-9 police dog, who's here tonight. If we can add that as a presentation to the awards and presentations as 6A, and moving the proclamation to 6B.
Mr. Chair, I did not hear that. Could you repeat that, please?
The presentation of our retirement for one of our officers to 6A,
Thank you.
and moving the proclamation for Black History Month to 6B. We still will be voting on 11A, but we'll just have the presentation and acknowledgement at 6A. Additional comments from the board? Disclosures? Motion to adopt?
So moved. Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk.
You call for the vote. I do
Yes, Madam Clerk.
apologize. Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With us having no consent agenda, we're going to go straight into the awards and presentations. 6A.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Police Chief Mr. Michael Coleman and his team for this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Welcome, Mr. Coleman. Chief Coleman. Chief, push it in. Push the microphone. Chief, push this one. Push the microphone, top of the microphone down.
The
Push it.
base.
Chief. Push right here. There you go. Push it down. There you go.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair, Board. Chief Michael Coleman, Police Chief of the City of River Beach. Today,
Chris,
I'm seeking your.
excuse me, Chief. I don't think the residents at home are going to be able to hear. Chris, if you could switch that one, please, until, well, and then, Mr. Evans, if you could get Walter to get down here to fix this sound and issues. Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, Chairperson, Board members, Chief Michael Coleman, River Beach Police Department. I'm seeking your resolution 1824. I'm seeking your approval to sell K9 Officer Chin to his partner, Officer Kearney, for a sale of $1. They have been partners for approximately 5 years, and it'll be a great opportunity for Officer Chin to continue his relationship and partner with his partner that's been going on for 5 years now. And I'm gonna turn over the presentation to my PIO, Ms. Serena Spates.
Good evening, Council and Chair and residents of Riviera Beach. Today, we are here to pay tribute to a loyal and dedicated member of our law enforcement family. And before I start, I want to go ahead and acknowledge our K9 unit that's here in support, our officers that are here in support, and the K9 units of West Palm Beach PD, Jupiter PD, Palm Beach Gardens PD, who all came in support, and I'd like to invite them to come up as well. For the past 5 years, K9 Jin has served alongside Officer Kearney with unwavering loyalty, bravery, and devotion. Throughout his distinguished career, K9 Jin has exemplified the true meaning of service and sacrifice. From tracking down suspects to detecting illegal substances, his keen senses and relentless determination have made our streets safer and community stronger. But also, behind every courageous K9 is an equally dedicated handler. Officer Kearney, your partnership with K9 is a testament to the bond between human and K9. Together, you have tackled countless challenges, overcome obstacles, and forged a partnership that is nothing short of extraordinary. As K9 Jin embarks on a well-deserved retirement, we extend our deepest gratitude for his selfless service and commend Officer Kearney for his unwavering commitment. Today, we honor K9 Jin, not only for his achievements, but for the countless lives he has touched and protected. It is with great pride and admiration that I present this award to K9 Jin and recognition for his exemplary service to the Riviera Beach Police Department and the community.
If everybody can give it up one more time for K9 Jen, please.
He wants to play.
Have a dollar also.
All the way to the finance. Thank you again. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for your unwavering support for this community and for what you do for this community. Chief, you're doing a phenomenal job. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk, 6B.
6B is Black History Month Proclamation, February 2024.
Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'll ask the Assistant City Manager, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, to make this presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, my apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
At this time, the mayor will be making the presentation. My apologies, I saw Ms. Jacobs' name under the agenda item. Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Proclamation for the Office of the Mayor, Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month is observed with respect and recognition each February to honor the profound contributions, ensuring legacy and cultural heritage of African Americans to national and the vibrant community of Revere Beach. And whereas the city of Revere Beach proudly acknowledges the pivotal role played by African Americans in shaping our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political realms, enriching our collective experience and advancing our shaped aspirations for a more exclusive and equitable society. Whereas this observance presents a vital opportunity for all citizens of Revere Beach to engage in reflection and dialogue about the historical and ongoing journey toward racial justice and equality, celebrating the resilience, achievements, and contributions of African Americans. And whereas the legacy of leaders such as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the countless others who championed the cause of civil rights reminds us all of our collective responsibility to uphold the values of freedom, dignity, equality for every member of our community. And whereas it is essential that our communities, educational institutions commit to a comprehensive and accurate historical education, ensuring that the stories of African Americans are fully represented and honored, therefore fostering a community of understanding, respect, and unity. Now, therefore, I, Ronnie L. Felder, Mayor of the City of Revere Beach, do proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month in the City of Revere Beach. I call upon all residents, institutions, and organizations to join the special observance by participating in educational programs throughout discussions, celebratory events that recognize and honor the undeniable contributions of African Americans to the city and nation. In witness whereof, I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Revere Beach to be affixed the 7th day of January 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the proclamation. Board members? Thank you. We're going to go into the 6C, which is going to be the water presentation. Check. We're going to go to 6C, water presentation. Ms. Devens?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Assistant City Manager and the Utility District Special Director, Special Executive Director, Mr. Michael Lowe, to come up to the podium.
Welcome, Mr. Lowe. Uh, Pro Temp Lanier?
Yes, get some information in regards to the stories that have been told, the stories that have been written about in regards to the water quality and the issue of E. coli in the water for the city of Revere Beach. I just really wanted to get a straight answer in terms of what happened, when it happened, how it happened, and what has been done to rectify the situation.
Mr.
Would you
Lawson,
want to get started, or Ms. Jacobs?
I can start.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Deirdre Jacobs, the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. Our team was not prepared to provide a detailed explanation with regards to the status of the issues going on over at the utility district or I should say between the utility special district and the Department of Health. But what I can share with you is that over the last week, the city has visited representatives of the health department and actually it was city administration that visited the health department in order to determine exactly what the primary issues are, if there were any violations, things that were not done properly, and how do we move forward and just come to a definitive resolution with regards to both sides, as opposed to what has happened over the last several months. It is our intent based on information that we received from the health department, it is our intent to meet with them again on this coming Friday. We meet with them and we'll be able to sit down and have a more detailed, in-depth discussion with regards to what actually took place. I believe following that particular meeting, we'll be able to provide to the board and to the public what really happened in the last June in order to determine how we move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs.
I just wanted to make sure that, for the record, that the water is safe for drinking now. Because I understand that there may have been an issue, but my understanding of it was an issue of procedure. It wasn't an issue of actual fecal matter in the water. With that being said, I understand that you're having a meeting with the Department of Health on Friday. So I just want to make sure that now, as we're talking now, that the water is safe for the city of Riviera Beach.
May I?
Ms. Jacobs, please.
So I can, of course, I'm not a utility specialist. I work along with the representatives of the utility special district. They do conduct ongoing testing on a regular basis of the wells in the distribution system. It is my understanding, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, there are no issues at this particular time based on the samples that you've collected that would fall in the category of not being safe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Michael Lowe, Executive Director. Yes, at this point, there is no issue with the water supply. All these samples are in compliance. We did hope to have my compliance manager here, but we were late leaving and she had to go let her dog out. So, but no, we're being extra careful now to ensure that we are meeting all of the necessary protocols as laid down by the health department, actually by the EPA.
Director Lowe. Council?
Yeah, I just also wanted to add that thank you so much for trying to figure out what's happening here. I know that there have been stories that some true, some not true. And I just really wanted to make sure that the public has an understanding that the water now is safe for drinking and that we can get an update on Friday in regards to what actually happened during that time, which was last year. Also, too, this is a prime opportunity to push the fact that we're getting a new water plant. And thank you to the utility district for making sure that that happens. We see the wrap around the area. I saw that yesterday that shows us that the water department and the water plant is now coming online. So I can appreciate that, but certainly get back to us on Friday to let us know exactly what happened during that time. But I am comfortable now that the water is safe to drink and to bathe and to whatever else you want to do with it today. But also, too, I'm really concerned about, what happened, how it happened, so that you guys can give us an update, especially the public, about exactly what happened during that time.
It is our intent to do that. We are examining closely the steps that were taken, the actions that were taken at that time. We're ensuring that all of the standard operating procedures are being updated. We are going to come forward with more information later this month on the water plant itself and progress. I can tell you, you can't really see behind there, but they are actually doing geotechnical work at the moment. They are sampling the ground to sort out the building of the foundations for the plant when it actually goes up. So they are actually working on the site at this very minute.
Thank you, Director Lowe.
Thank you.
Pro Temp, thank you. Additional questions from the board for Director Lowe and any staff?
Chair?
Mayor Felder, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, the health department called me today. They're not going to meet with us Friday. They're going to send us another report, and then we'll look at that report. Second, I want to say, yeah, the water is good today. Today is not a question. June is in question. All right, and I sent out all of you guys the results from the health department. It goes me. I am calling the OIG to do an investigation with my office starting immediately, because we have to get to the bottom of what happened, who knew what, when did they know it, and the information was told. So as a mayor, I'm taking a role. I got a report from the health department. I have not gotten a report from us. So prove to me that the health department is wrong. We're not gonna play games here. This has nothing to do with political, who's running or what. My baby uses this water. My grandbaby uses this water. So I was told one thing. I was having a town hall this Thursday to address the water issue, inviting the health department. So it's a vast difference of opinions from both. And so I got a call from the OIG who's coming in to do an investigation, and it won't be that first in Riviera Beach. So I asked my colleagues to indulge in me. Let's get the facts before we start putting stuff out. We have a responsibility as elected officials to get the right information to our residents. Our employees are supposed to give us the right information so we can give out. And right now, if I have to be truthful, because one thing I don't want to do is think this a cover-up. Because people's going to lose jobs and stuff like that if this is a cover-up. So prove to me that it's not. Because from one well that I'm told is 2 wells, and there was thesis in, and as elected officials, you can call the health department too, just as well as I did. And when I sat down with them. So this is not a joking matter, but no, the water is emphatically clean now, it's safe. The health department told me that, but that's not what we are talking about. We're talking about a June incident. We're talking about June, and we need to know those facts, all right? So I'm asking my colleagues, because we're getting fined, and we're gonna get fined if we're telling residents that it was safe. Every time we say that, fine. So be careful on how you put it out until you know your facts, all right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner. Additional comments from the board?
Yeah, I just wanted to
Pro
say.
Temp Lanier, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say that there is no way that I would sit up here and say that we should not look into this, that this is not of the utmost concern for the residents here, but I have every confidence in the utility department and city administration to be able to get to the bottom of this, whatever it may be. But we do want to know what it is and what happened and how it happened. And I think that gathering the information to make an informed decision is where we need to be. I don't want to have this person saying this or that person saying that. I just really want to get to the bottom of it. And the more information that is gathered by city administration and by utilities, the better for us to understand exactly what it was. So thank you so much for your work, and we'll get back with you guys on Friday.
Ms. Jacobs, question.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor, go ahead.
Again, they're not meeting with us Friday. And they were told the health department is not meeting with staff Friday, number one. Number two is, in order to have transparency and trust for me as a board member, for my residents, a third party is going to do this investigation. And we'll give a summary from that. So I have confidence in staff, but who's going to do this investigation is not staff.
And that was my question. Ms. Jacobs, you said that we were going to have some answers on Friday. What was Friday's meeting? What was the intent of Friday?
Is it okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. On this past Monday, we visited the Department of Health in order to hear what their perspective was. And when I say we, I mean city administration absent utility district staff, because we were understanding what was shared with us from utility district staff, but we had never met with the health department staff. So we visited them on Monday, in order to determine what their perspective was in relation to what we were being told. Subsequent to that meeting, we were asked if we were to make a subsequent meeting with the health department so that their team could meet with us and provide further details. And that meeting was scheduled for this coming Friday.
And our mayor knows that it's been canceled before you do?
I've never heard, and I don't know if anyone else on staff has heard that it was canceled. This is the first that I'm hearing that it was canceled.
Okay, so I guess this is part of the concern. You led with that we weren't prepared for a presentation. This should be the only thing we're talking about tonight, because it's been a priority of this entire council, and it's been a discussion that has flooded this community with information. I don't know what is factual. I don't know what is the information that's going out. My concern is this should have been a priority. So if you met Monday, we should have had answers Monday night. So that is the concern, where I don't know if our staff is making this a priority. And for my mayor to then say that they're not even meeting with the staff Friday, and staff not to know that, is still concerning. So whether the water is clean now, the mayor has clearly stated the issue was in June. So we do not know or trust what is being said or told to us if we're getting conflicting information. So as a board, we want to be updated before we're seeing it on the news or hearing it at a press conference. I don't want to get an email or a message about information that just went out a few minutes before. I want to make sure that we're abreast to this before somebody sticks a microphone in our face. So, Ms. Jacobs, if you can, please follow up and get us some answers immediately, because this needs to be the only priority we're talking about. Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Miller-Anderson, go ahead.
the meeting, I know I'm hearing Mayor say one thing and I'm hearing Ms. Jacobs say another. Is there someone that Ms. Jacobs can contact that you've talked to? Because I don't, and that's kind of part of the other issue, is that, you know, I understand you went down there and you got the information, but it was, you had the information and they didn't for whatever reason. They said they have a meeting this Friday and you're saying they don't. Is there someone they can get in contact with?
So this is from the director of the health department. Okay. Now, I didn't ask for a meeting with the health department. I asked them to come Thursday at the Watertown Hall to present. They left a message, Mayor, could you give us a call? I called them Friday. They explained to me what their findings were. Could I meet with them Monday? I had every intention to come meet with staff Tuesday, but after what they told me Monday, I don't know if I trusted what I heard, because I heard one well. After having several conversations with staff, there was just one well, nothing went out. Totally different conversation that I got from the health department, that I had a responsibility then, as I knew, to come out and tell the residents. You know, at that moment, it wasn't about anything else but the residents. Let me get this, because it's now, again, staff can show me that the health department is wrong. Now, the information I got from the health department, because they think the city now is playing the blame game back and forth. They're not going to do that. They're revising their report. They will send it to us. After we see that report, we look at it. Our staff look at it. They would be willing to meet then, but they're not going to go with the blame game. And if like the city now is blaming them, it's something that went out that it took them 7 months to get with us. They said that's not true. So I talked to the director. I don't know if Mr. Evans or Ms. Jacobs got contacts, but they contacted me and told me that. So it's not that I went over anybody's head. I think they'll now want to be comfortable with somebody that they feel like is going to be transparent, because what's going on the news, they feel like it's not right and it's misguided information.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Melanson, go ahead.
So for me, because, I'm hearing the different stories, it's very important that I do have the facts. And I think meeting with the health department, you all need to know exactly what's going on and what it is that they're putting out there. So it's very important that you all understand that as well. And from that point, I do have, my ideas of trying to find out the information as well. As I stated before, we all know that having safe, clean water is important. We've had many years where we did not put any investment into our treatment facility. And so over the years, we've had this history of having issues with our water. But because we're in a process of where we're trying to make the change, make positive changes for our water, we have to make sure that everything we do is in line with that. And so for me, I am certainly looking for the facts from all parties to be able to see what happened, when it happened, who knew what, when. And so I will be contacting the health department myself so that I can get that information. I know the mayor did send it to us on yesterday, I believe. And so for me, I want to make sure I have what he's provided us with, what they're going to provide me with directly, and then also to hear your side as well from what happened. So for me, I'm at the very beginning stages of trying to fact find. I think it's important that we get all the facts out from all perspectives so that we don't have different versions out there. So that's where I am right now. I do look forward to hearing your side of the story in terms of what happened, as well as the health department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melanson. Board members?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, then Councilman Botel.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Lowe, you referenced the 28th of June, is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The date in question is the 28th of June, 2023. Is that accurate?
If you're referring to well number 14, that's the relevant date, yes.
Okay. So were there any other dates in June that there was lab samples that tested positive for E. coli and fecal matter?
There was one other date earlier in June, yes. I believe it was the 6th of June. We took certain samples the next day. We are reviewing all of those samples that we took. The samples the next day did not show anything. We have brought in someone outside who's looking at all of our procedures. And we intend to work closely with the health department to ensure that the correct protocols are followed.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor shared with us, I guess, a report from, or at least a narrative from the from the health department, and it lists, I guess, the June 6th date. Then I'm told there's other dates in August as well. What happens when there is a positive lab sample for E. coli fecal matter? What is the process?
The procedure, the situation in August was not E. coli. The protocol is that if you get when you get that, you'll get what's called a total coliform positive and an E. coli positive. The protocol says that you should immediately take resamples at that location that was hit, and within 5 doors or properties, if possible, either side of where the hit occurred. So that is the protocol.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
let me clarify. So it's the lab that actually determines when there is E. coli contamination. What happens from that point? They notify us immediately?
They notify us immediately and we go out and resample.
And who does that notification go to?
Goes to a number of people within the department so that there are several people get the message.
Okay, and who's responsible for implementing whatever remedial action that needs to be taken?
At that point, it would be the compliance manager.
Okay, so I'm looking at 3 dates. I got the 6th, the 13th, and the 28th. Were those notifications sent on those dates or immediately after?
Which is the date? The 13th is,
I see here the 6th of June, the 13th of June, and then the 28th of June.
I believe the 13th of June refers to well 961.
Yes, sir.
961 was offline.
What does that mean?
It was not in use.
So there were samples taken?
In order to bring a well into use, you take multiple samples and you run them to waste. So they go to ground, they don't go to the process. We were attempting to get a clearance on that well because we were trying to get samples from that well so that we could do some testing required for the new water plant. We failed to get that well online, therefore it remained off.
Okay, that's what I wanted. So it was never online?
It was never online.
Okay, all right. So you talked about the plant. Where are we with the design plans? Because that's $17 million that this board set aside from the infrastructure bill that I
I
believe
can
was
give you some
infrastructure
general
bill.
information, but a detailed presentation is scheduled for the 21st of this month from the joint venture.
Right. So the geotechnical studies and surveys that's going on right now at that location, does that include soil samples?
We've already done 2 sets of environmental assessment within that site. We have identified further environmental assessment that needs to be done and will be done. So yes, we've already started the process of environmental assessment.
Okay, so was there any mitigation that was recommended through these studies?
So far, no major mitigation issues have come to light, but we are continuing to do research.
What does that mean, major? I mean, I'm a lay person here in
Sorry,
regards to that.
There was some, when we did the second level, they asked us to recheck certain areas, which we did. There was nothing that would cause major alarm at that time. When you're clearing a site like that, there are always 1 or 2 things, but we were looking for stuff associated with the power system because of PCBs, and we found nothing. So they have identified 1 or 2 other things that they wish to do assessment on, and that's scheduled for a bit later.
Okay, going back to these samples, the only time that we had a meeting with the health department was in this month, February, regarding these June 28th positive lab reports.
We had an online meeting with the health department in early September. With regards to it, we'd already had other discussions with them on stuff, but we had a full meeting with them at that point. They asked for additional information, which was sent to them at that juncture, and then a further written report went to them later. The written report did, I'm being very careful. As the mayor has rightly said, there's too much back and forth. I'm trying not to get in that position with the health department, because it's far better that we have a positive discussion with them as opposed to a discussion that is controversial, confrontational. We don't want a confrontational work with the health department. It's our intent to work with them collaboratively to ensure that we follow everything and whatever actions we need to take to ensure that we have no repetitions of any failings are made clear. So I really want to be very careful. I don't want to get in a position where I'm trying to dispute, because I have no wish to dispute with the health department.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So most recently, I was informed or got information that there was E. coli and fecal testing that was done at residential taps. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Lowe?
We do testing in approved places at
Okay,
all
so
times.
that's not the question I'm asking. Are you familiar with the reports that there was fecal and E. coli contamination at residential taps?
When are you talking about?
The report just came out recently. I mean, I just received this information maybe today or yesterday. And I think it's largely driven off of what, the mayor shared with us by email. So are you familiar with residential contamination or contamination at the residential taps?
I'm familiar with a finding that was on the 6th of June, yes.
So the 6th of June was not a well. The 6th of June was a residential tap.
Correct.
And can you explain, or do you have an explanation? Are you familiar with how that could have occurred?
There are a number of, you're asking me to go into a place where I'm
If you're
going to be.
familiar, I would appreciate it. If not, I understand. But
I'm familiar, but you're asking me to get into a discussion which I need to have with the health department. And I'm being very careful. They're already upset with words that have been said, as the mayor has said. So we are trying not to get in a situation whereby we're in a confrontation. All the samples that were taken are available in public record.
yes, sir. But let me reclaim my time, Mr. Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
I'm speaking specifically of what I believe you're suggesting was an isolated incident. Are there times when we test or lab test at residential taps that contains E. coli or fecal contamination? And I mean,
It's unusual, but it can occur.
okay, it's not being very productive because I'm asking a very simple question. Is that a situation where that occurred? You're saying it's unusual, so I can only conclude that means yes.
You asked me if there was a positive at a residence, and I've already said yes.
You did not.
I did.
And I wanted to be very succinct in asking the question.
On the 6th of June.
Okay. All right. So what happens in that situation? And do we narrow down the source?
I'll repeat what I said earlier, which is the protocol asks that you resample at that location and at homes to the one and the other side of that home.
Okay. And was that done? And do we have any, do we have a report on that?
Resampling was done. One of the issues that we are debating with the health department is the manner in which that was done.
Okay.
That home was retested and it came back clear.
Are you able to share with me where that is?
It's a public record. It was in Caribbean.
Okay, so this is the games that it plays, right?
I'm not trying to play
Yes,
a
you are.
record with you.
Let me tell you why. Because I asked for this information on the 19th, and you guys wanted to have a meeting. I said, I'm okay with having a meeting, but I don't want to go into a meeting if I'm not prepared. And I asked that I be provided the information or communication from the health department. We're over 3 weeks now.
I don't have my file with me, so I can't give you the exact address. I can tell you it was at Caribbean. It's one of our approved sample points.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
Thank you. I think we're all in agreement that nothing is as important to our residents as having clean, safe drinking water delivered to them. That goes without saying. So I look forward to seeing your transparent, thorough report about what happened. And if errors were made, we need to hold people accountable. I think we intend to do that. But I do want to assure residents that there's no cover-up. Nobody is colluding with somebody in the health department or with somebody in our own utility department. There is no attempt to mislead the public. I trust you, and I look forward to coming to some conclusion about what happened and to holding people accountable. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Director Lowe, go ahead.
Just to say that I want to stress that we are not trying to cover anything up. We are keen to meet with the health department again, as we have on at least 2 other occasions, to go over the situation with them, to show them all the facts that we have, for them to make a determination then of what actions we did that were wrong, correct or whatever, and then to ensure that going forward, we make certain that everything is done according to the correct protocols.
Thank you, Director. Mayor Felder, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this will be my last question, which I asked this question before we got to this point. Did anybody in our staff, did they get a report that it was 2 wells with fecal matter and 1 in distribution? Did anybody, hear me clearly, whether it's through email, phone call, that knew the health department was talking about 2 wells and 1 in distribution? Did anybody in staff know that? Was the emails going back and forth?
Yes, you will see a letter from me to the health department copied within the departments. Also an email from me to the health department in answer to some questions. So I would be copying people on the staff that was occurring.
Let me be quite frank, because it's just not you, all right? It's just not you on emails. My question was, what the health department told me, because see, we never got this information. We got 1 well. Even tonight, with Councilman McCoy asking about tap water, where it was, that information never went out to the residents at that time. So see, this is why I have a problem, because, and I'm not saying it's a cover up. I mean, you make your own judgments about why we were told 1 well, now it's 2 wells, and then it's distribution contaminated. And we just can't answer the simple question was, when was staff told that? I know now, but I'm still looking for you guys to say when that conversation started, because this is, be honest, this is why I'm bringing a separate investigation in to go line by line, precept by precept, to get to the bottom of who knew what, because that's just the truth. And I'm not here to beat you up. I mean, we'll let the investigation do what it do, but somebody got to start being honest. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we were told 1 well, people didn't have to worry. If contamination was in a tank, people do have to worry. I mean, that's the bottom line. And if we screwed up, we screwed up. But don't keep going, making this thing larger than what it has to be. Because you know, and I'm done. It's just because that's just where I'm at. Where I know I gave opportunity after opportunity meeting. Tell me what went on. Tell me what went on, and it wasn't until the meeting with the health department. And now I'm starting to hear bits and pieces of different stories. I just heard again, it was 2 wells. I got to find out if the other well was really shut down, because that well was tested and sent. See, this is one thing. It's one thing if the county came here and did the tests themselves. They only took our test samples and reviewed them and called us. So to me, what do they have to hide? They don't have a dog in the fight. Like, what they got to, they're trying to help us.
Right.
All right. So it's just time to start being honest, because we're going to get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna tell you what, we'll start from the bottom to the top, because I'm looking at it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still trying to give y'all a chance, but I'm done, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, Director Lowe. At what point is a public notice issued after a positive test to the residents?
I need to check with I'm fairly certain with my compliance manager, the normal protocol says if you have 2 positives, then you have
Is the compliance manager here?
I can't see behind me.
Mr. Evans, compliance manager, utility district?
Yes.
Welcome, ma'am. At what point is a notice triggered to the residents after a positive test?
It depends on the type of positive test. Are you referring to a well positive or distribution?
Referring to June 6th.
June 6th. So usually the normal protocol would be to collect the repeat samples, like Mr. Lowe said, within the 5 upstream or downstream connections. So after if one of those repeat samples come back positive, then a notice would be issued.
How quickly is a repeat sample collected? How quickly after the initial test is a repeat sample collected?
How quickly? Usually it's collected at least a day, within 24 hours of being notified by the lab.
Okay. So within 24 hours, we should have a boil water notice issued to residents if there's a positive.
If one of the repeat samples comes back positive, yes, because the repeats are confirmatory samples for the original sample.
And this sample that we received, I believe Director Law was in that same meeting with the mayor when we talked about the difference between the 1 and 2 wells. I believe this was documented as a false positive. But we want to just be very careful and clear while we do all of our investigations to figure out what's going on. Is it possible that we've ever had something like a false negative to where we're clearly saying that the water is clear, clean, and healthy and good to drink, but it possibly couldn't be?
To my knowledge, unless the sample was collected from somewhere other than that specified site, what the water that's collected in that sample bottle, that's the result we get back from the lab if it's collected from the.
But I guess I want clarity as to why we would receive a false positive.
There are many reasons. There could be sampling error. It could be weather. So any wind, sand, dirt, things going into the sample bottle that could cause an issue. If like proper techniques not used, dirty hands. If the containers that the sample bottles go into, if those are dirty, that could affect the sample. And it could even be a lab error as well, because they can do something, maybe make a mistake that would cause a sample to appear to be positive, but it's not.
Thank you. And time frame, Ms. Jacobs, the time frame on when we will get a report and details back. I know the mayor has said that he is going to be proceeding and conducting with a outside private investigation. When will staff be giving us a full report and details on this report we received from the health department?
Well, it was our intent to meet with the health department on the 11th, to get back as a team immediately after the 11th and be in a position within a few days from that particular time to share what we had learned with the public and with the elected body. Based on what the mayor has shared this afternoon, I'm not sure when we will get to that point because of the different perspectives that were being shared from what we were hearing outside of the agency as well as from the utility district staff. The whole purpose was to meet with the Department of Health and just try to figure out what was true, the facts, things that were a bit confusing, and to try to just come to an understanding of what occurred and how do we move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. And also, I apologize if our compliance manager, if you can just give your name for the record as well. If you could give your name for the record, I'm sorry.
Margie DeBerry.
Thank you, Ms. Margie. Board members, any additional questions for compliance manager, director, staff? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thanks. Mr. Lowe, Ms. DeBerry, I'm seeing information that suggests the June 6th was the date of the notification from the health department. Was the sample that was collected regarding June 6th, did that occur in June or was that from the month of May 2023?
I believe the sample from June 6th was actually on June 6th based on the reports that I have.
Is there any delays when we receive the information from the health department? How do they transmit that? Is it email?
You're talking about the sample result, correct?
I'm sorry, from the lab. Excuse me, from
Yeah,
the lab.
So the lab usually notifies us. It takes 24 hours to get the sample result back. So we would get the sample result the next day after we drop the samples off. And for that particular sample, I believe the report noted that the lab notified us on the next day in the afternoon.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Additional comments? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ordinance 8A, Madam Clerk. If we cannot have any yelling from the public, please. We're not taking public comments on a discussion item. If the public would like to speak, they can speak during excuse me, I will not ask again for the public not to speak during this meeting. If you can please refrain from yelling out during the meeting. If I have to ask again, I will ask to have you removed because you are disturbing and disrupting the meeting. The business of the city will continue. 8A, please.
Item 8A, ordinance number 4259, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an application ZA-23-0004 from Thermo King of the Southeast, Palm Beach, requesting a zoning map amendment from CG Commercial General Zoning District designation to an IG Industrial General Zoning District designation located at 6870 and 6900 North Military Trail. Property control numbers 564242, 3622, 00010, and 564242, 3600, 1050, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, there are no public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of cards is now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4259.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Before we go on, residents, if we can refrain from yelling and speaking out during the meetings. We have to get to the business of the city and we will let public comment be spoken. But please do not interrupt our meeting as we try to get through the business. We want to hear every one of your concerns and public comment will start at 7:30 unless we're on an item. So please submit your cards. I will not continue to take interruption. Residents, please. We have the business to get to. Have a good night, Mr. Lloyd. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have,
Excuse me, Chief, can you please have him removed from the room? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Sermons.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services for the City of Riviera Beach. For the item before you, it is associated with a four-part development project that has this ordinance before you, the next, as well as two resolutions. If it pleases the board, I will give one consolidated presentation addressing all of the components of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Sermons. Council, are we okay with one presentation? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sermons.
Thank you. So the location of the project is indicated on the screen before you by the red dot. It is located on North Military Trail within our city boundaries. Before you now is a closer bird's eye view of the property. It is outlined in red, as well as the additional parcel that was acquired by the applicant that brought about this development project. This is a view looking north to the site from Military Trail. This is a view looking south from Military Trail. The applicant is requesting approval of a land use amendment, a rezoning, a site plan, and a plat to allow for an addition to their existing auto service operation. The existing use on the property is motor vehicle service. The parcel IDs are indicated on the screen. The lot is approximately 3.4 acres. The zoning is general commercial, and the future land use is commercial. The image on the screen indicates the existing future land use makeup of the parcels in question. Before you now would be the future land use designation if the ordinance before you is approved. For zoning, the existing zoning designations of the parcels in the area are indicated on the screen. And the zoning if this request is approved. Before you now on the screen is the proposed site plan for the project, the landscaping plan, and the plat to consolidate the two parcels. The proposed project has been reviewed by city staff and other professionals, including various city departments as well as outside agencies. Staff has reviewed the request against our standards, and it has been found to be consistent with all of our regulations. These items were properly noticed for city and state regulations, and we have received a letter in support of this project from a local business within the city. Staff recommends approval of this request as prescribed in the documents in your reading and backup. That concludes the staff presentation for this item, and the applicant is here to present as well.
Thank you, Mr. Summers.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Miller, and I reside at 528 Northwood Road in West Palm Beach, Florida, and I am the agent for this project. So I'm not sure if I haven't been sworn in. I'm not sure if I need to do that. Nope. Okay. So thanks so much for seeing our project tonight, and hopefully I can deliver a little bit of good news in the sense of we're proposing a fantastic addition to the city of Riviera Beach that is going to bring more jobs, great jobs, and we aren't seeking any variances. We aren't seeking any sorts of alternate conditions. This is a straight application. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about it. Where's the clicker? So as Clarence had mentioned, I wanted to, first of all, thank the staff. They've been fantastic through this entire endeavor, and it's been a complicated one because we're looking for 4 different approvals tonight. So we thank them for their help, assistance throughout this process. And the first one is a site plan, and you might ask, why are we doing this? And essentially, this is for parking. This entire project really is stimulated by our need for parking. And just to tell you a little bit about Thermo King of the Southeast. Thermo King is the largest refrigerant company in the world for any sort of mobile operational device, such as trucks, airplanes, ambulances, and so on. And they are situated here in Riviera Beach, and they've been here since 1984. And they're growing, and that's a phenomenal thing. So the reason why we need this is trucks come in and they have their refrigeration systems on board that need either to be maintained or switched out, and this facility does that. And they support some of the largest companies here in the area, including Cheney Brothers and our local hospitals, and even the city of Riviera Beach. And so why do they need all this parking? You're looking at a parking lot to the north that we're proposing here. And it is in order for trucks, when they come in, they can then circulate up to that parking area, park and wait for their turn. Right now, the site is rather difficult to absorb those large trucks. And frequently they come in, are serviced, are partially serviced and have to leave and then come back the next day. And we need a place for them to be able to sit while they're being taken care of. And the other change that we're making to the site is to add a portico share on the northeast side of the building. That's the only change we're making to the building. And that's just a fancy name for a steel awning that will essentially provide shade and protection from the elements for the folks that are working on these trucks, in addition to these being serviced within the building itself. And so the cool thing about this project for me has been, it's been my first exposure to a product called TrueGrid, which is essentially a totally permeable substance that when you put in a parking lot, a large truck can drive on it and maneuver on it. But when it rains, all of the water goes directly through it and it doesn't cause any puddling, and the ground, it absorbs right in place rather than creating all sorts of drainage issues. But as you can see, we're really trying to design a great site for circulation purposes and for the parking increase. So our second application that we have in here is for a plat, and a plat is just a single, converting two lots into a single lot of record within your city map. And so we've been asked to do that along with our project. And essentially that shows the dividing lines of our boundaries. And this is essentially what it looks like afterward. So it's just, again, putting a boundary over both properties. Our rezoning application is a kind of a funny story in the sense of this business has been operating since 1984, as I mentioned, which is just a year before I graduated from high school. So that's a long time ago. And when they first came in, they asked for an occupational license, and the city assigned it back in the day as car repair because they didn't quite fit into any sort of proper groove, if you will, in the city's zoning. And it's just been renewed every year up until we found out by wanting to do this parking lot expansion that general commercial actually doesn't quite allow this use. It would allow the car repair, but not the refrigerant repair. So the city then asked us to rezone to a use that would allow that, and that use is general industrial. And as you can see, we're surrounded by neighbors to the both east and west that are both general industrial, and then to the north and south is general commercial. So we fit nicely into the neighborhood with this new zoning, and we haven't had any issues with neighbors in our discussions with them as far as making this change. And again, it's just to bring an existing business from a non-conforming use into conforming use. As you might have guessed, this site has been a very intense site, and it's not very green at this time. So I just wanted to show you the pretty plants we're going to be bringing in. We're intending to create a nice landscape buffer, providing a nice streetscape for folks as they drive by. So hopefully this site will look a lot nicer than it does today. And just talk about traffic. We actually don't create any more traffic with this plan, as we're just absorbing on-site parking of our existing clients. But we did do a full traffic analysis, and the trip generation essentially shows a total of 160 daily trips with 21 peak hour trips, which is where we're at now. So the proposed improvements actually, we estimate, will considerably cut down on traffic, because currently folks drive in, they don't necessarily complete their work, they leave, and then they have to come back the next day. This parking will allow them to park their rigs and get the service they need into the next morning. So they're not going to be hitting Military Trail as often due to the allowability of the parking on site. And Thermo King is all about being a good neighbor. And I just want to talk a little bit about the company. Thermo King is the largest transport refrigeration company in the world. And as I mentioned before, and is really an amazing industry that might be right underneath your nose and you never even noticed that they were there. But believe me, after this presentation, all of you are going to see Thermo King everywhere now. That's what happened to me when I started working with them. So from 2005, the business has grown from less than $1 million in annual revenue to almost $4 million today in Riviera Beach alone. The parking lot expansion will result in a significant increase in business and investment in Riviera Beach. This expansion will bring positive impact to hotels and restaurants and retail. And you wonder why hotels and restaurants? Again, these folks are going to be parking their trucks on site and going to a local hotel, and they have to go and go out to eat and do everything that they would do as their trucks and their refrigeration services are being repaired. And so it allows them to stick around instead of, heading out of town and coming back the next morning. As critical stakeholders such as Cheney Brothers and more continue to grow their business in Riviera Beach, the need for additional support from Thermo King is critical. And we see Cheney Brothers everywhere. We know their impact on Riviera Beach. And this expansion is a direct result of clients like Cheney Brothers. So the economic impact, if you look at the average median salary, this is a really great company to have in our neighborhood. This is currently their average median.
Chair,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
thank you. Is it Miller?
Yes.
Thank you, that's great. But we're addressing what exactly, the zoning?
Yeah, this was for, I presented all 4 of the applications for the rezoning, the future land use. We have 2 that are we have the plat and the future land use, which is on the second reading. And this is for the site plan and.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I can, see, this is where it gets convoluted at, right? I can understand staff doing a omnibus presentation, but you're talking about the economic impact.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with zoning. Would you agree?
Right, I'm talking about the entire project though, and trying to explain it.
Right, but we're charged to vote on these separately. So this is where it gets to be confusing. I can understand why staff would do that, but you speaking on the economic impact has no bearing, certainly shouldn't have any bearing on whether or not we decide to change the zoning.
Okay, I can go through this and essentially.
But it's in the backup. I've seen from $1 million, $4 million. So, I mean, I'm not sure if it's necessary is my point.
We were here at the last meeting. And if you recall, the CRA met until 10:30 and consequently, we didn't present during that meeting and we're asked to present tonight. So I'm happy to cut it short in any way you'd like, but we're almost through.
Okay.
All right.
And to that, excuse me, ma'am, to that point, I think the concern is your presentation will be based upon the item relative to what we're discussing, because this is a zoning, and I think the site plan is where we would want to actually hear your presentation, which would be, I think, my colleague's concern.
I see what you say.
It's more so we're voting on the ordinance, and you combining the presentation was not the same thing as staff. So we would like to hear the rest of your presentation, but we want to get through to get to that portion, because that's going to be one of our resolutions we get to.
Okay, so you would like me to come back to a
Board
portion of
members,
it?
do you want the presentation to continue? Do you want to come back to this when we get to the site plan?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Miller-Anderson, go ahead.
I mean, I understand the separation of it, but if she's gone through most of it and almost done, I prefer she just finish it up and then we can move on through the other items when we get to them.
Thank you, Councilwoman Miller-Anderson. Council members?
I agree. Let's let her finish and then.
If you can finish
yeah.
the presentation, thank you, ma'am.
Sure, certainly. And I apologize because I did speak before with the city manager and had requested that I do the presentation all at once. So I should have mentioned that at the beginning and asked for your permission. So my apologies.
Please.
All right. And so as you can see, the median salary increases through this expansion considerably, starting out from just under $75,000 and going up over $100,000 in the next 5 years per employee. And so it's just a really great company. And here again shows the projected increase over the next 5 years. So just some more data. As you can see, it's significant from the total payroll going from in the 600s to the 2 millions. And again, just showing the economic impacts of, what we're paying out as far as our taxes and how that impacts our local area. And thank you. We appreciate your time. And I just wanted to ask Ed, if you will allow for Ed Corey, who's the owner of Thermo King, to come up and just say a couple words, or if you're in a hurry, we can certainly not do that.
Board members, please, if we can, we'd love to hear from the owner.
Okay, terrific. Mr. Corey?
Briefly.
Good evening. I'm Ed Corey, president of Thermo King of the Southeast, and I'm very privileged to be here to speak with you, and I certainly do appreciate your consideration of our project. And I want to be very respectful of the time tonight, so I'll be very brief. But we are a very proud member of the Riviera Beach business community. We want to be as Rebecca said, we want to continue to be a good neighbor. We want to grow this business. We want to provide jobs. We want to provide income. We want to be a critical service, we're an essential provider during COVID. And we do about 65% of our business is food related, either through commercial wholesale food, Cheney Brothers, Cisco Foods, et cetera, or grocery, Publix, Winn-Dixie, et cetera, et cetera. We do a lot of work with Riviera Beach Fire and Police. About 35% of our business is pharmaceutical. We transport medicine. We were involved in the vaccine distribution with COVID. We are very sensitive to sustainable energy. We're working very hard on electrification to reduce carbon footprints. But we want to be a growth provider in Riviera Beach. We were named, we have 7 locations in Florida and Georgia. Riviera Beach was our first one. We were named in 2023, named by the Orlando Chamber of Commerce as their big business of the year. This past Friday night, we were named as the top Thermo King dealer in North America. So we're excited about our opportunity, and we're excited about Riviera Beach. So we very much appreciate your consideration and your approval of our project.
Thank you so much, and welcome tonight. Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, public comment cards, please.
We do not have any public comment cards for this item, Chair Lawson.
Thank you. Commissioners, any council members, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Botel, go
I
ahead.
have questions, but they're not necessarily germane to this particular item. But if the gentleman who owns the company is still here, since he is still here, I would love to ask them with your permission.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Botel.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. And first of all, let me say thank you for locating your company in Riviera Beach. We appreciate it. Your assistant or agent rather mentioned job creation. And of course, I'm very interested in that. Can you tell me what kinds of jobs will be created? How many? What kind of training people would need to have those jobs? And how you will go about recruiting Riviera Beach residents to take those jobs?
Certainly. The bulk of the job creation in Riviera Beach will be technicians, mechanical technicians, mechanics, or whatever the right term would be. We also have sales people located here. We have administrative accounting people here as well. We have what we call aftermarket, which is pretty much parts distribution people. We sell parts to repair the units, and we do the repair on the units. Recruiting is a real hot button of ours. It's very difficult, frankly, to recruit technicians. Today's world with young folks, they don't create hands-on technical people like we once did. It's, the younger people that we're dealing with want to create computer games and, do that type technical work. So we are, in fact, just 2 weeks ago, we named a director of what we call growth and development, and that person's primary job is recruiting. We try to work with technical schools. We have technical instructors that actually teach in a number of technical schools in this area as well as the rest of Florida. We recruit nationwide to try to bring people in because we need the growth. Our projected growth is probably to quadruple our workforce in the next 5 years, which would be, right now we have about 15 people roughly in Riviera Beach. We would expect that with the approval of this project. The reason this project is so important to us is that we need to extend our hours. And in order to extend our hours, we need additional people to cover those hours and to be able to provide this type service 24 hours, almost 24 hours a day. It won't be quite 24, but it'll be certainly 2 shifts of work at least, because that's what our customers need. Your food moves in the middle of the night or moves 3 o'clock in the morning is when they stock grocery stores and when they stock restaurants and things like that. Certainly pharmaceuticals move 24 hours a day. So we have to have availability of technicians and technical people to respond. If a refrigeration unit on any kind of temperature controlled product, whether it be a EMS situation with the fire department, whether it be, Cheney Brothers delivering, whether it be Winn-Dixie, Publix, or whatever, when temperature gets out of whack, it's not good, and we have to respond very quickly. Ice cream melts in Florida fairly quickly, and so we have to have that ability to respond to those type situations. So we recruit in any way we can, and I'd certainly be, if anybody has any recruiting ideas, not only would I like for you to come to work for our company and do it, but I'd also like for you to share it with us, because we're anxious to recruit. We're anxious to work with, local technical colleges, and we've done that.
Thank you. Well, if I might, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Botel, go
I
ahead.
would be happy to put you in touch with some of the technical schools in the area. I've been working with them closely, and we would love to support you in recruiting and retaining Riviera Beach people. So thank you very much again for locating
Thank you
here.
very much. We'd certainly be very interested in joining that.
I do have a follow-up question. Some of the base salaries for the jobs that's going to be created over these next
I'm
5
sorry,
years.
I didn't hear you.
What are some of the base salaries for the jobs that you're going to be creating over the next 5 years?
The base salary is probably right now, I'm just going to say, I'm going to call it an average salary of our technician workforce is probably somewhere in the $85,000 to $1,000 a year range in our mechanic technicians. We anticipate that to probably go in the next 5 years somewhere in the 110 to 120 range. A lot of our technicians work on commission type basis, where if they're up in the middle of the night, they get paid certainly more than they do at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So that wage range flexes a bit, but we're pretty significant a pretty significant opportunity for technical people to come with the skills that we need and make a very good income. We have our top end technicians probably 135, 140,000 a year. I don't imagine we have anybody that's less than 75 or 80.
While we're doing this build-up and as the ramp-up is happening, as the growth of your company,
I'm sorry, sir, I apologize.
as the build-up is happening, and before we go on, Walter, if you can address and adjust the sound, because it is difficult to hear up here and also for the residents. As we build up and as you ramp up with the company, what we're looking is to also empower the residents with the job creation and the opportunities for your company, because we're excited to support your company. But also, if you can provide opportunities for the residents here with possible, as my colleague said, with the trainings and the technical support to put them into those positions that you'll be creating, because that salary will help with the bottom dollar of our residents in our community. So that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely, and so are we. I mean, it's expensive to bring people in. All but one of our people that work for us now are residents of Palm Beach County, for sure. Some of them are Riviera Beach. We would be most interested, and our first call would be to select a qualified resident from this area, from Riviera Beach, first of all, from Palm Beach County, secondly. And we recruit nationally, but it's expensive for us to move people into the area. So we much prefer to join forces with you all, with the technical schools in the area, and try to recruit, residents of the area.
Thank you. Additional comments? Well, thank you again for your investment into the community. We
Thank you
truly
very much.
appreciate
I
it and look forward to
appreciate
working with you as partners.
Thank you. I appreciate your support very much.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier? Yes. Chair Lawson?
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Members, we're going to go into public comment. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the City Council, which in the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded the City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which is posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the City Councilman chairperson may have a disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or from the building. Govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have 20 public comment cards for general public comments. These- First would be Erica Davis, John Miller, and I think Lloyd Brown left. First name on
Residents,
the
if you
card
hear,
is Scott, so we'll start with Erica Davis.
if you hear your name, residents, please line up so that we can go ahead and get through all the public comments and hear from all of our residents tonight. Welcome, Ms. Davis.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. First off, I want to say that I'm going to get technical here with the water. Okay, it's been 10 years since this infrastructure was decaying. The first thing Mr. Evans did was, when he got back here, was address the water. And he had a consultant at a meeting in 2019 when you guys first got on the dais. And the consultant was explaining about the severity of the water plant and how much it would cost to put a Band-Aid on it. Going down the line here, they explained also that it was 8 wells, 5 were incapacitated. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it's not like that everyone up there didn't know the severity of the water plant. He stated within 5 years, we should be off the ground running with one. And here we are, 2024, still lollygagging along. And Mr. McCoy even attempted to sue the city because of the taxes. Residents, let me explain to you how this works. We have police departments, fire departments, our own municipality, and what else do we have that needs to be built? They should have been built, what, 10, 12, 15 years ago from previous boards? But they were too busy playing around and not taking their job serious. So here we are in 2023, 2024, 2021, and now everybody's so crazy over the water. Crazy, using all these diversions. Cut it out. Cut it out. This man came in trying to push this water plant, and we had pushback. So nobody wants to hear it anymore. I don't even want the news to come up here talking about the doggone water because it's ridiculous. Okay, I want to know what's the hold up with breaking ground on it. Now, if it's about the soil in the water, the soil being contaminated, I addressed that before this came about, because my concern was over there we have gas lines and gas pipes underneath the ground from the gas that we service the city. And we also have Solatron over there with bad soil. So that was my concern for the area that we were going to build our water plant in anyway. So now if that's a problem now, and that's what's delaying, I know funding is delaying it, but we have to have bonds to build everything. So I just want you residents to know that. We're going to have to raise our taxes, get bonds to build all of our facilities. That's the only way, or else you're going to be complaining about the water the rest of your life. But I want to know if the soil is good over there, because I just heard Mr. Lowe explain that they're having problems. They tested the soil, and it's not. They have to retest it again. And then I'm gonna come back again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Davis. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker, the first name is Scott, but the last name is not legible to me. First name Scott. Oh, there you are. Followed by Cindy March and Glenn Spiritus. That's you, okay.
My name's Scott Lewis. I'm a resident in Wilma Circle. I'm sorry, but this procedure you all did tonight really upsets me as a voter and as a part of a democracy. You need to let us talk. There's people in the back of the room that wanted to talk about the water while you all put it on your agenda, and you refuse to let them talk. We're supposed to be able to vote for people that represent us and not shut us up. And that's what happened tonight. I don't want to drink out of the toilet and not know about it for 7 months later. Someone's head needs to roll. And you all are responsible until you make it happen. Because you represent me and the other voters out here who drink that water. And it has a perception of a cover-up because it's a cover-up. That's what it is. Put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. All right? It's time that you all do something about this and take us as a priority instead of asking us to drink the toilet and not tell us about it. Keep it a secret. For 7 months, not once. And it's at a home. That's what we find out tonight from the mayor. All right? This is not good enough. It's not acceptable. You have an emergency meeting. Excuse me for not knowing all the background of your board, but the one person that I think represents private sector and is not a government employee is the one you're trying to get kicked off the board right now. I'm sorry. I don't know Mr. McCoy. I've never talked to him. I don't know the other gentleman. But the Post today said, Ms. Botel says we are no longer a city in turmoil. Are you kidding me? You're suing each other. You got the sheriff's department in here and you got us drinking from the toilet. You're not a city in turmoil? You expect us to trust you next month with a bond issue, the biggest one ever here? Why are we going to trust you? Why? You haven't given me a reason. I'm a voter. The people in my condo are voters. If we can't trust the elected officials, there's a real problem. And I don't want to hear about it's okay, staff, go sort it out, let's put it under the cover and hope that it goes away. No, that's not good enough for the residents, right? Please do your job. Focus on us and not each other and fight. Thank you.
Cindy March, Glenn Spiritus, and Lady Goldwire.
Good evening, Council. I'm Cindy March. I don't have an iPhone, but I just want to show where these 3 pigs here with lipsticks on saying they can assure you that the water is clean. We don't want to make it political, Mayor, but I have to call a spade a spade. We have an election coming up March 19th. I always tell you all to learn your candidates for yourself. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You got Botel running, and you got Kashama running, okay? We have Mr. Glenn Spiritus. Leroy Kelson might not be in the house. But then the 2 people are running from these 2 cowards here. I can't call them nothing else because I'm upset right now. And I've been upset for 2 or 3 weeks now because you all been covering up. And I'm applaud y'all want to take Trojan McCoy off this board. And he the only one that knows this charter. Doug, I see why you got your corner, your scratch. You told us the same thing tonight that you told Trojan 2 weeks ago, to be quiet, can't speak. We put you in office. You came to us, told us you want to get rid of Evans, he got to go. We can't have Botel in there. What I say once, I say twice. Kashama and Botel, you all are straight up cowards. You know why I call you that? You might not know directly, but indirectly, you all know who putting Leroy Kelson signs down and just leaving the stick. He asked for a clean election. He asked for a clean campaign. Yes, I'm his aunt. And if y'all was his aunt, y'all will feel the same way I feel. I don't care who's running. Let it be clean. I've been on many campaigns for over 30 years. And when people talk about doing this and that to people's sign, they don't have Cindy March because I'm a leader and I'm not a follower. And everybody can't lead. Y'all don't last for 9 and 6 years and y'all haven't done anything but have this city so divided. I just encourage you all on March 19th, get to know the 2 candidates that y'all say y'all don't know, because it's one thing, y'all know them and they ain't doing nothing for us. They don't stand for nothing. Glenn Spiritus and Leroy Kelson, we can make the change because we are the change. And we want to change March 19th. I'm going to walk the floor. I'm going to knock on some doors. I'm going to make some phone calls. And Doug, you need to shape up because your time is coming. I mean, you don't owe us nothing but respect. and not to let us speak tonight is very upsetting to me. Very upsetting. If I ever have a problem, I always call you or inbox you. And I've always had respect for you. But for the last 3 weeks, you have showed me who you really are. And I'm not appreciative of it at all. And Lanier, you put on the ground to discharge this man here. God is a God of a second chance. You was tested positive for cocaine. And now you still got your seat.
Thank you for your
You got
comments.
your seat.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. March.
Glenn Spiritus, Lady
Residents,
Goldwire, and Fane Lozman.
residents, before we go on, we want to understand we have rules of decorum for tonight. We want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard, and we just want to be clear. The discussion items that we had tonight were discussion items, and it's clearly stated at the public comment card. It's clearly stated in the public comment that we will take public comments at 7:30 for all issues. So residents, please, we want to hear your voices. And no one was trying to stop anyone from speaking, residents. It was a discussion item amongst the board, and we're taking public comments now. So please voice and address your grievances. But we're going to have rules of decorum affected and put in place. So we will continue to lead by example and push forward. But if you have concerns, please address them with the board, and we'll try to move forward in unison. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Mr. Spiritus.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City Manager, staff, neighbors, and friends. I am dismayed and shocked at what I've heard here tonight with respect to the water in the city. Mayor, thank you so much for calling for the investigation and uncovering the partial truth so far that you've been able to uncover. I suggest you call for an investigation from the EPA, from the federal government, to come in here, because this is starting to sound like Flint, Michigan. We have to start taking this very serious. This didn't just start recently, as it was said by previous speakers. This started when Michael Brown was the mayor of this city. He had an independent engineering company come in here. They did their report, and their report said, do not spend money to repair this water plant. It should be taken down, and a new plant should be built now. You know how long ago we're talking? Over 20 years ago. This is a disgrace. You are the utility district, City Council. You are the board. You can't blame your staff people that you basically approved to hire. It's not their fault. You hired them. This was a cover-up, no question about it. I was given emails over the last week telling me the water never got into the city's drinking water, that it was filtrated out. We now learn that that's not true. So how can we believe anything that we hear here? We cannot. 3 years ago, I told you, I brought up the state DEP's revolving water fund program. This is the Clean Water Act money that comes from the federal government. I spoke to the state DEP in Tallahassee, to the director of the program, and they were willing to work with the city to give us a loan to buy the land, do the engineering, and build the plant at 2% interest, a 20-year loan. They were going to give us a 10% grant based on the economics of the city of Riviera Beach. So what are we doing right now? We're being told that the plant is being ready, it's coming out of the ground. That's not true. You don't have construction plans. That's baloney. You may have put $17 million aside, but you do not have construction plans. You don't even have the money to build the plant. This is $160 million. Are you going to do that by raising water rates, $160 million? Why wasn't the federal government contacted? Why weren't we lobbying in Washington when the infrastructure fund came out? We should have gotten the full cost of this, or at least half of the cost of this plant brought to Riviera Beach from the federal government. You're clearly not doing your job right now. And I suggest that you follow the mayor's lead and you investigate and you find out what's going on. I suggest you call the state and you start working with them. Thank you. I wish I had more time to speak about this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Spiritus.
Next is Lady Goldwire, Fane Lozman, and Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening. My name is Lady March Goldwire, and I'm just going to first address the elephant in the room. My son is indeed running for office, and there's been a lot of conversation about me putting him up to do that. If he's elected, I'd be elected. I can assure you, in the event that he ran, I would get so far away from Riviera Beach, you wouldn't have me to concern yourselves with. Because I can't imagine him sitting up there alone and not having the support of a full dais. The dais is supposed to work together. You look at cities like the city of Miami Gardens, Memphis, Tennessee, everybody taking pictures together, everybody working from the space of us all being one. There's an understanding that we are all collectively aiming for the same thing. I pray for my son every day, but I know what I made when I had him. I know he's full of integrity. I know he doesn't touch signs. I know that he is not a quarreler. I know he's solution driven. I know he wants to have a better understanding as to why things are this way. There are many things that occur with me he has no knowledge of. He was in California in graduate school, and I made it a point to hide it as best I can. To see him as a young person come here and want to inspire other people, other young people to lead, is the most encouraging thing I've ever done. The best thing that I ever did was give life, breathe life into him, because I'm able to watch every day what Riviera Beach can produce when the community works together, because I was 15 when I had him. I couldn't raise him. I couldn't turn him into what he is. His football coaches did it. His recreational leaders did it. Miss Oates poured into him. Y'all taught him to be whatever he could be and to be proud of this place. I would see pictures of him in California with t-shirts that said, "I'm just a kid from Riviera Beach." 3 master's degrees later, an educator over there in Washington Elementary, because he asked to be over there. Those kids couldn't even get to Washington. 4 days out of this campaign, he went alone. We've had 40 years combined experience of education experience there, and we have 4 elementary schools failing. Police come to work here. They're the lowest paid. They pay the highest amount of health insurance. You can't talk public safety. You don't have anybody here who wants to say to keep us safe. But if I say it, I'm corrupt. I didn't get a dime at the fire station. I wasn't over there painting or putting bricks. Nobody lobbied for me. I stay away. I only come and advocate for the people if they call me. Y'all taught me my lesson. Don't turn away good stock. These kids have the ability to come back here and really make a difference, and y'all should pay attention.
Thank you for your comments.
Fane Losman, Margaret Shepherd, and Dolores Williams.
Fane Losman, as soon as this board gave directive to that utility director to do something, you gave them a directive, you had to open that up for public comment, because that was the proposition. You guys don't know what the Sunshine Law is. You had a meeting to discuss appealing the Botel case. You noticed it at 8 o'clock in the morning for 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's not reasonable notice. You have to follow state law. You raised your right hand to uphold state law. Why aren't you following it when it comes to the Sunshine Law? I'm a member of the Sunshine Brigade from the First Amendment Foundation. One of my responsibilities and other members of the brigade is to make sure the Sunshine Law is followed. Let's talk about the water scandal. I saw on Channel 5 before I got here, you've been on there for 9 years, Miss Miller, Kashama Miller Anderson, 9 years, and this is still going on. You're not getting the job done. You need somebody else to take your position. What is the cover-up that's gone on here tonight? It's gone on here because the city manager, he was on YouTube on a video saying no fecal contamination made it into the water supply. You had Julie Botel, no fecal contamination made in the water supply. You had that lady there, the hat lady, who's Botel's campaign manager, Dixon, no fecal matter made it into the water supply. It did make it into the water supply. And when you go to the FDEP, Florida Department of Environmental Protection website, they have the report that it made it in there, but they don't have the report to show it was a false positive. What they do have a report, Mr. Mayor, they report August 15th that the distribution site at 570 West 34th Street, and the public can go to the FDEP website and go to Oculus, that August 15th, contamination made it into the distribution, into the residents on August 15th at 570 West 34th Street. How come nobody's talking about that? There's many other instances where there's been a P on the lab reports. Anybody can look at those lab reports. This is a big deal. When Lawson had that incident in the elevator, Ms. Lanier got up and said, oh, we got to have an investigation, $85,000 to find nothing happened. I don't see anybody here coming forward that we need to have an outside investigation because this utility guy is just a jerk. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's trying to hide what happened so he doesn't lose his job. This city manager, he fired McBride. Ms. McBride was a 40-year attorney. She got her law degree in 1984. He treated her as a child. You should fire him just what he did to Ms. McBride, who everybody loves in this city. There's a lot of bad things going on here. You need to take accountability, unload the city manager, unload the utility director, go spend $50,000 or $100,000, bring in somebody who understands what's going on with the water, look into the August contamination, because the residents are fed up. And not only this, all this negative news that's been going on Channel 5, they had 3 reports tonight, is impacting people's property values and people that want to come and do business at this city. You have to have clean water to do that first.
Thank you for your comments.
Margaret Shepherd, Dolores Williams, and Chandra Stringer.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. To the Honorable Mayor of this great city and our Chair, Vice Chair, everyone in their respectable places, even to our police chief, I thank him for being our chief. I thank you, sir. I thank you. I'm here on a very different matter. February 14th, we will be celebrating Black History over at Lindsay Davis. It'll be our Valentine's Day, and we will be talking to Pop Wynn, who's been here in the city ever since I've been here. And of course, Dan Calloway, who say he's 85. But most of all, our lady of the hour, Miss Deborah Hall McCullum, who has the best sellers on Amazon. We will be asking her to go through the 4 books and just give us a history of different people that have served the city. I am just excited to see how she talks about these books. I'm really excited because I'm in book 4. So she better read something from book 4 of me. And I appreciate her. I appreciate this city. But most of all, I am taken aback. I am mentoring Leroy Nelson. I couldn't do it myself. I had to ferry him out to men. I felt like men had him under their wing and they can kind of tell him and guide him better than me. To tear down his signs is just, I just think unthinkable that you would take that time out. Those signs cost a lot of money. And I'm understanding he's very upset. And I hope to meet with him, talk to him, but I have to make him understand this is the nature of the beast. You have to have alligator skin when you get into the ring. You all know when they throw hurdles at you. I had a hurdle thrown at me, said I took a kickback. People know me very well. I go by the book. I want to go to the bonds. I've told people I'm not in favor of the bonds because if you're going to put those type of bonds out, the water should be the very first thing that you all do. The very first thing that you do. I don't drink the water. I've always drank bottled water. I'm having some type of rash. I had to go to the dermatologist. Now I'm finding out the water. The water is damaging my skin. So I think whoever's involved, I'm very concerned. But if it was me, I would fire them immediately. They have to go. Because you kept it since June, you have babies, you have seniors. It's just unthinkable that you would do what you do and cover it up. I hope that once again with the election, Leroy Kelson is a very young man. He's an educator, and everybody I sent him to, they called me back and asked me where did I get this kid? And I said, Mrs. The Goldwire. Well, they said nothing, like they really didn't know who she was. And I didn't push it. But I think that you all should step back. Ms. Miller Anderson, know him well. Mr. Botel, just give him a chance. Thank you, Chair.
Great comments.
Dolores Williams, Chandra Stringer, and Terrence Davis.
Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Good evening to our dear chairman, our mayor, the city manager, and all the councils up there. Now, it's a lot of picking and choosing and seeing who you want to be up there. You know, when they first, one time had to set this board up here, those three ladies were ousted. Those two brothers would never let them be the chairman or the co-chairman. They'll switch around and vote. And we got tired of one time, say they need to be up there. Then they voted for Charlie to be his chairman. Them three ladies said, oh, no, can't put him there. But like I say, he knows this city, Tallahassee, everywhere. And back to Miss Lanier, you probably say all these case numbers you got. Did Mr. Charger sued you, took you to court too? Did you get the paper when Botel and the police and everything, did they get a record for that to show what numbers you can pull that up to? Y'all need to stop that picking and choosing who you are. I see you smiling, I'm gonna smile back too. You know, so I want you to do the right thing. I came to you, all of you that was never there. I said, I don't know you, I don't know nothing about you. But people can come and talk to me, but it comes by me, by how you treat me, then I know who you really are. I'm not gonna judge you for what somebody else say. Miss Cassandra, you say Mr. Tragic went between her and Miss Botel. This was 4 years ago. If you seen that, why didn't you and all the councilmen get the 16 people, get the manager, get the mayor, and why didn't y'all have a talk about all this here? But yet y'all want to get up here, want to get on there and make your commercial, and the young man taking down all the signs. 1 year you were so upset that Mathis and the mayor had to come and help you down and find your sign. You say somebody took down, and you say you want to keep them in store. Now y'all need to stop that, taking this young man's sign. I don't know who you're sending to, or either they just talk about it around the family thing, and then somebody go kick it and knock it down and bend it up. But be right and do right. Bless the people. Bless us. You know the water's messed up. Y'all make the biggest thing about Mr. Charger and Mr. Lawson. You know, your kids they tell me, say, come here, I'm gonna tell you something. And say, they're gonna see what it's gonna be when they get to the end. By the time they get to the end, they got 50 different words. Y'all got people up here taking it, helping this and that. It didn't happen like that. I love those two brothers right there. I love that brother right there too. I love Mr. Evans too. I want y'all to do right by this city and about this water and stuff every year. Think about it, every year. When it comes time for voting.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Chandra Stringer, Terrence Davis, and Derek Burns. Good evening, Chandra Stringer, to the chairman and the council, the mayor and city manager. I want to just be very brief as possible. I have 3 points I want to make. I know everybody have their perspective on, the water situation, and without even beating a dead horse, it is a serious matter. But I want to give you 3 terms. The first one is care. Each elected official up on this dais has a duty of care to the citizens of this city. Whether we may say favorable things or not, regardless of the fact you took an oath, and when you took that oath, you said you were going to do everything in your power. And I sat back there and I witnessed Councilman McCoy ask questions about to the staff, and I'm thinking like, everybody before they're hired, they have a job description. So it should not be like people don't know certain things of processes and procedures. And if they don't, then we need to look to the person that's over them to get it right, because this was definitely not right. And like Mr. Scott said, Mr. Scott, kudos to you. How can we trust what's being said? I don't think the health department have a reason or a rhyme to lie. They have a job to do, and so does staff here. I'm not in favor of anybody losing their income, but when it comes to my safety, my friends, my family, my neighbors, then Houston, we have a problem. The next one is consideration. 2 years ago, when you guys were negotiating Mr. Evans' contract, many of us stood before you and said, we did not think he should be doing 2 jobs. It's 168 hours in the week. How can he possibly work 2 full-time jobs when the city is in chaos? And I don't care who says it's not, it is.
Third thing is cost. We want to talk about cost. How many public meetings, special meetings have we held? We got the sheriff's department. We got the city of West Palm Beach. We got all these people and team staff members. Cost is a factor, but then you want us to vote on referendums to increase the taxes. Taxes does not impact homeowners, it impacts renters as well. In my closing, when you go to bed at night, you need to close your eyes and understand, yes, I'm paid a few pennies to do this, but have I done right by the citizens? Have I took in consideration that one day I won't be sitting on that desk and I'm going to be a citizen? One day that could be me on the other side. When you do that, I hope your actions change. And for the person that said there was no poo-poo in the water last week, it was. You people, you're intelligent enough. The problem is we are intelligent enough. And anytime we make two sentences in a subject-verb agree, then we're the threat. Good evening.
Terrence Davis, Derek Burns, and Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening, council, residents of River Beach, Mayor Terrence Davis, proud resident. The last time I came here, we talked about the energy of the water. There was a 3-2 vote to give the city manager total control over the utility district. He asked for it. You gave it to him. And you have that right. But now you're responsible for it. And there's times when you gotta make right with your wrong. And you have to figure that out. Make right with your wrong. We all suffer the consequences. No matter where we sit in this room, no matter where we sit in this city. There was a promise made years ago by the city manager that in 90 days, we're gonna have a water plant moving in the right direction. Well, 6 years later, you did a solicitation for a design build for a water plant. What happened to that? You did a solicitation for design build years ago, and it's still sitting there, and the interest rates are still going up, and we got to pay for it. If that company don't have the money, kick it back out and put it back out on the street and get it taken care of. Well, the money that we left you before was to take care of police station first, because that was the dying need, because everybody was getting sick with the sick building report that everyone keep forgetting about. Water plant and the one fire station on Sing Island. We done built 3 fire stations. And I wonder, at this point, the big one we got on 600 West Blue Heron, do we have the money to pay that off? Do we have the money for it? Because if we spent close to $30 million on the one on Blue and Congress, where's the money to come from to pay the third building that we got sitting there? Are we floating projects to hope that this referendum pass so we can pay a bill that we don't have the money for yet? And that's just a question. Until it's corrected, it's just a question, because we don't know. I've come before this board to offer support to this entire board. But you pick all these folks that's gonna do what you say, but not what's right. You had over 3 utility directors on this watch. 3 utility directors. Imagine applying for 3 jobs and applying for a mortgage for a house. What they gonna tell you at the bank? And you want us to support a bond. Ladies and gentlemen, and that's for you too. Make a wrong right. Because the residents gonna make a wrong right when the election time comes. I ain't gotta say a name. I'll offer my support. And I'm still gonna keep offering my support for my city.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Welcome, Mr. Burns.
Good evening, City Council, City Manager, Jonathan Evans. Jonathan Evans, you got rid of on a Wednesday at a City Council meeting here. We had a meeting scheduled on a Friday, so they got rid of you 2 days before the meeting. I have constantly sat down with city councilmen like Cassandra Miller, Lynn Hubbard, Terrence Davis. He came to my house instead of me coming to his office, showing me a stain in his mama's truck that he wants me to clean. That is not the purpose of a meeting that you're scheduled to do with a city council person when you're actually supposed to come to the city council's office and do the meeting the way it's supposed to be done according to the statutes. My concern is, why would you give me a citywide contract for $54,000 in 2015, Jonathan? And the contract was suspended by the city council. And when I came in to talk about it on 11/16/2015, I was snatched out of the room by Dan Neely, who was the person manager at that time, because he did not want me to address any one of y'all why the contract was suspended. But yet I was told that it wasn't. So as I continue to go to all these municipalities to find work, the municipalities looked in the system and said they don't see anything about my business existing in the city of River Beach. They didn't see me as a contractor. Now, I started in 2008 washing police cars for $10,000 a year. Worked myself up to $25,000 in 2013. Then from 2013, when I got to 2015, they told me I couldn't wash police cars no more. I had to wash the citywide for $54,000 a year. So I took that, but then it's not legit. It was a suspended contract. So I asked Jonathan a couple of months ago when me and you talked, because you won't even come sit down and talk to me. I'd have been in your office twice, talked to your secretary about this matter. And me and you talked a couple of months about when we was talking about the water over here, when they were showing the water plants and stuff. And you even told me yourself, Jonathan, that Mr. Burns, the right way they should have done it when they suspended the contract was they should have rebid it after they suspended it back out to the vendor. And you're right, that's what they should have did. But I need an answer, Jonathan. Me and my attorney, we was trying to get answers. Why y'all kept beating around the bush and not telling me the truth that the contract was suspended? Nobody seen my name as a business owner as I go to these municipalities to clean vehicles. Nobody would give me any work. And all I asked the city to do was give me $35,000 for the police department. I wouldn't care what happened anywhere else.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Can I have a meeting with you, Mr. Evans?
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Rochelle Hughes, Karen Robinson, followed by Shay Walker.
Welcome, Ms. Hughes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rochelle Hughes. I live in Lone Pine Estates. I'm here. I'm a 22-year resident here in Lone Pine. And just to let you know, since we've lived here, we have actually never really drank the water, because when we moved into our house, the water was yellow. So, and we're west side, so we get like the tail end of everything. But I do, Mayor Felder, thank you for bringing this out to the attention when you did your meeting the other day. Mr. McCoy, sorry he's not here. I thank him for bringing it up at that last meeting to bring it forth, because I did see that letter on the website. I'm not here to yell at anybody or to say I want heads rolling, whatever. I want for the city residents clean water, because not everybody in this city can afford to buy bottled water and drink out of that. My husband and I, we do. It's just the two of us. But not everyone can. They have, when I saw on TV this young lady with her bucket of water and she pours bleach into it, that was disheartening. We shouldn't, it's 2024. We shouldn't have to pour bleach in our water in order to drink it. And then I think about it, and I take a shower in this water, I brush my teeth, and I wash my clothes. So I just want to know that going forward, yes, I want to know the answers. I want to know what failed and why we were not told to boil our water back in June or whatever, whoever it would have affected, if it affected all of us or just a few of us. But I want to know going forward, this is never going to happen again. Because to know children, our elderly, anybody in the city could have drank and gotten E. coli. We don't know. Maybe they did. We don't know. But I want the city, the board, the council to promise to all of us this will never, ever, ever, ever happen again in this city. Because I'm getting phone calls because this is out on social media, it's on the news. I'm getting calls from my family members going, "Are you okay? Because you have poo poo in your water." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, yes, I know." But I just want, I, I, I want the answers to why this happened, but I also want to know that we citizens can trust you to give us clean water. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Karen Robinson, Shay Walker, followed by JB Dixon.
Hello, good evening, council persons. I just wanted to come in and say thank you for listening, for hearing us, taking the time to inquire about our concerns. I truly appreciate that. I know that we are at the end of the discussion, so I'm hopefully and hopeful that I've answered and some of the other ladies have answered all the questions that you guys had in regards to family child care homes, the regular ones, and the large family child care homes. So I thank you for looking at us as a business and not just a daycare. We are small businesses in the city of Riviera Beach, and we are an asset to our community. We serve our children. So I am an advocate for my business, which is Robinson Tiny Tots Family Child Care Homes, and I'm an advocate for other providers that could not be here tonight, along with the children that we serve. Like I say, we are here because we are essential to our community. The children start with family child care homes and family and centers, but it starts with us. So I do not want you guys to think that we don't appreciate you guys taking the time to meet with us, hear our concerns. Thank you again. Um, I'm hoping that you guys can come up with a decision that we can all be happy with and get back to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Shay Walker.
Yes, sir. Hello, City Council. I'm here this evening as one of the many small family child care providers of Riviera Beach, asking you guys to adopt the state's guideline of the 10-to-1 family child care provider ratio for 10 kids to one provider. Our city of Riviera Beach, hands down, is the best waterfront city to live, work, and play in. And we were the first city to adopt the 12-to-2 ratio for the large family child care. Let's be the city to do it again for Palm Beach County. We are just proud, to do this again for us and for large family child care homes to work on the fees and the parking for those that want to go large, because the fees are ridiculous and the parking situation, parents are only there a couple minutes in and out and then gone. And that also, we're doing that, it'll bring jobs into our city. Because 10-to-1, you can afford to bring somebody else in to help you. So we're bringing jobs to the community for our city, for our residents. And that you guys will look into the 10-to-1 for family child providers and the working on the fees for the large family child care homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Next is JB Dixon, Marvelous Washington, followed by Tanya James Johnson.
Ms. J.B. Dixon?
JP Dixon, Singer Island, and Riviera Beach. Well, it certainly is election time, isn't it? Everyone who has come up here to speak today has somehow, I think, bought in, whether innocently or not, to a lot of things that are being spread specifically because of politics and the upcoming election. The point is, no matter who you listen to, you don't know because there are now a variety of different, quote, facts being presented. Some people come up and say, you know, I believe the mayor. I believe Thane Lozman. I believe Mr. Lowe. But facts are different from beliefs. I don't think any of us can believe anything yet until this investigation is over. An investigation is going on by an outside agency. Let's stop all of this nonsense about there's poop in our water, there isn't poop in our water. And we all have believed different people and different people's versions of things. But the point is, no one knows. One thing I believe, do not know, I do not believe that there is a cover up. Of course, it's always a cover up between Councilwoman Botel, who evidently, according to Mr. Lozman, has more power than God himself because she runs the whole city and is responsible for everything bad that has ever happened in 6 years and maybe before that. But when people get up here and talk about who is taking down signs, I don't know who's taking down signs. I know I'm not. I know Julie Botel isn't. I don't believe, again, belief versus fact, I don't believe Kashamba Miller Anderson, who has run many, many, many campaigns and never taken a sign that I know of, I don't think she suddenly turned into a sign grabber. So all of these conspiracy theories are because of the election coming up. So those of you who know fact from belief, please be careful who you believe and who you listen to, and wait for the results of the OIG investigation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Marvelous Washington, Tanya Davis Johnson, and Doretta Paul.
Welcome, Ms. Washington.
Good evening, council, city manager, city attorney, et cetera. It's amazing how now all of a sudden we need to wait for an investigation. When last week we were ignorant to believe that shit was in the water. And I'm sorry to say that because we probably need to add that to the words of decorum tonight because a lot of people are going to be talking about it. I have a couple of questions. My first question is, why are employees being very careful to talk about the positive test when they were very vocal about talking about the negative test just last week? It's amazing how now they're being so tight-lipped about everything when you obviously deceive the public. It's a classic cover-up. And I hate to call it that because I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but unfortunately, from previous behaviors, what we've seen from the city, what we've seen from city administration is classic cover-up, in my opinion. My next issue is the lack of leadership on this issue. Every news article is blaming an employee. The article today, and I feel so sorry for that last young lady that came up, the last employee, because her name is throughout the entire article. And they're talking about her experience, similar to what the city manager did to the city clerk last week, saying that she was new and inexperienced, didn't know her job at the time. The same article today basically described that employee the same way. If we're going to talk about leadership, it starts from the top, and we have to acknowledge that we were wrong in our doings and are wrong in our decisions. You can't come out and be vocal about there's no in the water, and then you got council person that's co-signing because they trust your leadership. They trust your judgment. At this point, we don't have a vote of confidence in our leadership in the city because you're willing to put seniors, our children, lives at risk just to be right all the time. And that is so concerning to me. In addition to that, you guys are saying that the water is all this great, and it's good to drink. There's nothing wrong with it. But every employee in here has a Zephyr Hills bottled water. Everybody in here is drinking from a bottled water. If it's so good, why don't you put a water cooler over there, a tap water for you guys to drink so that, you can prove us wrong. At this point, no one should be using taxpayer dollars to buy bottled water. Nobody. The reason why we're in this predicament, you have directors in our city, possibly a city manager, that don't even stay within our city. So they make these decisions because they do not affect their families, their elderly parents, their kids, their businesses. These decisions are detrimental to the way that we live and they're life threatening. But they're able to make this decision because you allow them to stay outside of the city. They don't have to deal with the yellow tinted water. They don't have to deal with the medical bills. They don't have to deal with the vet bills because I'm one of them. I have to pay because my pets had an issue with the water. It's so concerning to me. It's so much deeper than what you guys are saying. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Tanya Davis Johnson, Doretta Polk, and Mary Pratt.
Good evening, Chair, Pro Tem, members of council, mayor, and city manager. Tanya Davis Johnson, Riviera Beach. Information is power. I would say that it is critically important to make sure that information is disseminated to the residents of this city in a timely manner. Now, while I commend the council and administration for attempting to address the issues of aging infrastructure and buildings throughout the city, I believe that it's important to plan these issues in a fiscally responsible manner. I'm particularly concerned because we reduced our millage rate and homeowners saw a reduction in their taxes. However, the city at every turn has increased services, which in my opinion negated the relief that we did see with the reduction in our millage rate. Our council voted to have three referendums placed on the upcoming ballot to support the planned bill for parks, public safety, and Fire Station 86. In your deliberation, did you consider the residents who are on a fixed income and may not be able to absorb the additional costs? Are we setting some of our homesteaded property owners up for failure when the costs associated with the bond as presented are measured out? Who will subsidize the additional costs for the residents? When discussing the proposed parks master plan and the decision to utilize the school district's property, did we not consider the use of the property that's currently owned by the city? What's our plan B if the school district does not agree to our request? We must do a better job of educating our residents, not in a hurried manner in order to accomplish the intended goal, rather to educate residents so that we can make sound decisions. As the city receives responses from developers in response to the invitation to negotiate, or ITN, I encourage you, I urge you to ensure that there are provisions for local small, minority, women business enterprise participation and utilization in areas where there is availability. I continue to call your attention to MLK and the stain wall that lacks shrubbery and is in need of pressure cleaning to remove the stains and the bacteria that grows along it. I am requesting again that we plant shrubs to complete the design as it was intended by FDOT. And then as we address aging infrastructure and buildings, please consider creating maintenance plans supported by sufficient staffing and funding or contracting with vendors for our buildings, thoroughfares, and decorative lighting. A quick drive south on Broadway, we need to just make a maintenance plan.
Thank you for your comments.
Doretta Polk and Mary Graham.
Welcome, Ms. Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk, and I'm a resident here at Riviera Beach. I would just want to talk about the water very briefly. We just have to let the process go where it may. I don't think we up here, when Mr. Spiritus said that Mr. Brown stated over 20 years ago, these young ladies weren't even on the desk. Ms. Councilwoman Kashamba Miller Anderson, now Dr. Botel, was not even on the desk, and he was advised not to create a new water plant. This is where our problem begins. It should have been decades ago that this problem should have been addressed. And look where we are today. Now, as far as knowing Kashamba Miller and Dr. Botel, I don't think it's in their character to go and take down the signs. I think, whoever did this was wrong. This was terribly wrong. And it's terribly wrong for anyone's signs to be taken down. This is not the American way. And we should respect each other. Now, Mr. Spiritus, I guess he's running for election against Dr. Botel. I can remember years ago when he was running that he was just almost right there where this gentleman is sitting. I did nothing to provoke him in saying what he said to me. And I asked him, Mr. Spiritus, if you're elected, what will you do for the citizens of Riviera Beach? And Mr. Spiritus told me to be quiet and shut up. Now, is this the character? You're talking about different characters up here? Is this what we want? And I did nothing to this gentleman. We have come a long way from a man telling a white man, telling a black woman, senior citizen, to be quiet and shut up. That was very deplorable, very disrespectful, and we should look at you talk about learning who's running. We should definitely learn from that. Another thing I want to talk concerning the elephant in the room. Now, all of this about the water, yeah, this is serious.
Thank
I'll
you.
do that again another time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Pope.
Thank you very much.
Mary Graham.
Ms. Mary Brown? Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Good evening, board. Good evening, residents. And I want everybody to hear Miss Bram good. I had a conversation with the news media. Miss Bram is in every archive it is. This is why they went back and they pulled certain things. You can have every workshop it is. You won't get them. And that does not mean that the business at hand does not go on. It will always be the faithful few, but I would love to see them come out to discuss the business of the city. And you can speak on anything that you desire to speak on. So when we talk about workshops, Ms. Bram has been to so many workshops, I can't even count them. And I'm quite sure other residents have too. It is enough blame to go around here. It surely is. Every administration, every elected official, they have ran on fixing our water. I have some pictures here. And the pipe is out in my car. But I was trying to get it on the screen. This come from Miss Bram's house. And I thank God that my husband replaced my pipes, because this is what your city has been built on ever since 1950 and 60. Everything has a duration of life, even our bodies. They won't will, and they won't turn, and we're going to die, and we're going to give out. So we have to do replenishment. Every elected official ran on the coattails of your city manager and the city manager because you were going to fix the water. Ms. Graham did not go to the bicentennial because when we brought this man in here, excuse me, Mr. Evans, I apologize for calling you man. His vision and that 90-day plan was to include doing our water. It was. It was. And when we had our bicentennial, we were supposed to break ground. We were supposed to break ground. It's enough fault. It's enough blame to go around here. Your board, every government entity that I have been in, they board are responsible for whatever happens in their city. Whatever happens in their city. And when we talk about behavior, yes, all of us need to brush up on our behavior. You all are colleagues. You need to learn to work together and take into consideration. It may not have been this time, but next time, we're going to come as a unified
Thank you for your
body.
comments, Ms. Brown.
This is what government is about.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a happy Black History Month.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comments.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, you want to address any of the public comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. With regards to the item that has been shared today concerning the water, there is a third-party independent group that is already looking at all the information that we received less than 24 hours from the health department and the information that has been provided by the mayor. They are literally going point by point, issue by issue, and then hoping to provide that information to the board as soon as that information is concluded. Once that information has been assembled, staff will reach out to board members to schedule briefings on that and then ultimately facilitate a public discussion concerning the topic and then furnish that information to whatever other regulatory agency would need that information. So staff is assembling that information. We'll be prepared to share it as soon as additional information is provided by the health department. And we will inform the board if in fact that meeting or subsequent meetings with the health department will occur, whether it's this week or early next week. Concerning the fire stations, the fire station 88 and fire station 87 are fully funded. The fire station that is constructed on Blue Heron and Congress was $18.5 million for that particular fire station. Concerning the water treatment plant, the board is going to get a robust presentation on February 21st to be able to hear about all the work and the progress that has been made, as well as some package for improvements to the water plant, as well as some of our well systems on the 21st meeting. So you'll hear that from staff and the team that has gone through the basis of design report and all the necessary permitting. We should have our permitting for our consumptive use permit prior to that meeting. So you'll get a robust conversation with regards to that on the 21st. Gentleman came up and spoke about a contract that he had with the city that predated my tenure with the agency. As the board knows, that we are not currently right now, we work with our reentry program for the provision of car detailing or car wash services. So at this particular moment, we haven't let that particular contract, but I will have a conversation with the gentleman and see if there's some way we can facilitate at least, going back in the records and recognizing that he did provide service to the city in the event that we ever rebid the opportunity, or if he's looking to receive other gainful opportunities elsewhere. With respect to community conversations on the bond initiatives as well as the capital improvements plan, there has been copious amounts of public charrettes and discussions concerning the Reimagine Riviera Beach program, as well as it's available on the city's website under Reimagine Riviera Beach, where there's a report that is provided on a monthly basis on the status update on some of the capital projects. and staff is working on addressing some of the cosmetic items that were articulated concerning MLK and the wall, as well as some additional shrubbery. So staff is working on that. And we will be bringing back a future item for discussion with the board to talk about a fleet maintenance division as we look to bring additional facilities online. We know that that's a department that, or a division that the board has asked for. So we're going to be talking to the board about the transition of some of our public works responsibilities, more specifically our median maintenance team looking to transition into our facilities maintenance team, because as you all know, the median maintenance is something that is very dangerous. And then I did have a conversation with the public works director about addressing some of the streetscapes and hardscape items throughout our city, and some of them have been damaged as a result of vehicular accidents, and those issues are going to look to be resolved. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Evan. Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
Miller-Anderson, go ahead.
I just wanted to kind of clear the record here. There's obviously a desire to try to create this narrative. There's chaos. I have not taken anyone's signs. I have not asked anyone to take anyone's signs. That's not something I do. I've run several campaigns, and I've never had a negative type campaign. That's not what I do. Mr. Kelson and I have talked a couple of times. There is no issue whatsoever, but I guess the narrative is to be put out there that I'm trying to run a negative campaign, and that is so far from the truth. So please stop. Thank you.
Thank you for comments, Ms. Miller-Anderson. Additional comments?
Yes, I have a comment.
Ms. Miller-Anderson, I'm sorry, Pro Tem Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to say to Cindy March in particular, that if you continue to come to this podium and talk about a positive drug test, you need to bring the drug test. It is slander and it is a defamation of character to outright lie against someone and have no proof of it. So in the future, anyone who comes to the podium to talk about anything that is not true, you need to have proof or supporting documentation to prove as such.
Thank you for your comments, Pro Tem Lanier. Mr. Evans, question in regards to the third-party review. Can you please give us an update as to tomorrow, after you've spoken to this company, for an expected completion date? I know that they said they're going to be reviewing it and they don't have a set timeline. They're going to review all the information, but can you get us a timeline tomorrow when you speak to them?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Absolutely. I'll provide that's right in writing to the board as soon as I have the conversation. I believe we have a 2:30 meeting with them tomorrow, so I can provide that to you in writing later on in the afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to go back into the agenda. We're on 8B, ordinance 4258.
Ordinance number 4258, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a small-scale future land use map amendment to the City of Riviera Beach Comprehensive Plan, approving an application LU-23-0003, from Thermo King of the Southeast Palm Beach, located at 6870 and 6900 North Military Trail. Property control numbers 564242, 3622, 0000010, and 564242, 3600, 0001050 on approximately plus or minus 3.44 acres, plus or minus 149,846.4 square feet, requesting a land use designation from commercial to a land use designation to a land use designation of industrial, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comments for this item. The acceptance of the comment cards is now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4258.
Motion been made,
Second.
properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Good evening again, members of council. Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. Staff has no further presentation for this item. We are available if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sermons. Madam Clerk, you said no public comments?
Mr. Chair, there are no public comments for this item.
Thank you. Additional questions from the board? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Pro Chair Lanier,
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes with Miller Anderson out.
Thank you. 9A?
What the cards in? 9A.
Item 9A, ordinance 4250, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, substantially amending Chapter 19, Traffic and Motor Vehicles, to create a new truck route procedure which authorizes the City Council to establish areas in the city where certain traffic is prohibited, to create a new citywide parking administration system and enterprise fund, which systems, rates, and fees shall be set by resolution of the City Council, to add new and clarify existing parking regulations throughout the city, creating new municipal beach area parking regulations and parking regulations for city parking garages, creating a new parking enforcement procedure, creating a new towing, impounding, and immobilization process, removing provisions which are outdated and or no longer enforced, and for other purposes provided for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comments for this item. The acceptance of the public comment cards is now closed.
Motion to approve ordinance number 4250.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'll ask for the assistant to the city manager, Ms. Valerie Grimsley, to begin the presentation on this item and present our speakers that will be presenting the parking ordinance before you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Grimsley.
Good evening, Chair, Council. My name is Valerie Grimsley, the Assistant to the City Manager. I'm here this evening to present on first reading ordinance number 4250 for the parking ordinance. Tonight, I'm going to present to you the team that will be working to answer your questions. Our first team member will be Attorney Christy Gadot. She will address by presentation, which you'll see up on the screen. She will address any of your state ordinances, any of your laws that you may have questions about. We also have Park One, who will actually manage this project. We also have Finance Director Randy Sherman that will also speak to the revenue that will come into the city from this parking ordinance. And then we also have our Public Works Director, who also will be involved, and Chief Coleman, who will also be involved in this project. So we have a robust team here tonight that will be able to address any and all questions that you may have. So with that, I will turn it over to Attorney Gadot.
And before we go into that, Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Ms. Grimsley,
Yes, sir.
why do we need to hear from Park One? They're not on the agenda tonight.
They're here because they will manage the meters.
No, they won't.
Do you know something that I don't?
Of course, if you're presenting this, you should know that. Do we have procurement here?
She has left it for tonight.
So how does one person who provides a service that is offered by multiple companies get the exclusive right to bypass our procurement process?
Procurement was involved in this process. So.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's Park One, there's Park Mobile, there's a number of different parking companies that provide parking enforcement mechanisms. How did this company get selected? And they're not, perhaps this is a question for Mr. Evans when he comes back, but some kind of way, this already smells. Because if ABC Parking offers the same services, why weren't they given an opportunity to compete? You're seemingly giving these folks exclusive rights. And it appears that this ordinance was drafted with Park One in mind. So I want to know, how do we even get to this point of already having Park One at the table when our procurement code, and for your reference, is 16.5, and it provides for the various options in which we procure these kind of services?
Sure. Randy Sherman will address that, sir.
And he's procurement director?
No, he's your finance director.
Oh, wait, maybe he's legal. Is he legal?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm all ears. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Sherman?
Good evening, Randy Sherman, Finance Director.
And before you go in, I know Mr. Evans stepped out, but is our procurement director not here tonight? Okay, well, if you want to address that till she returns, go ahead, Mr. Sherman.
Yes. One parking, let's get the name straight. It's one parking, and I think even I've said it backwards, but it's one parking. We have, will be recommending that the city piggyback off the Delray Beach contract. Delray Beach issued an RFP. They went through their selection process, and they selected one parking to manage the Delray Beach parking model. As we went through the process, trying to find solicitation documents, that's when we came across the Delray Beach solicitation. We looked at the Delray Beach model. We looked at the Delray Beach parking configuration. We worked with our parking consultant. We worked with procurement, and it was recommended that the Delray Beach was an ideal scenario in which to piggyback off of. As you know, we are authorized to piggyback off of other municipal contracts. We contacted Delray Beach. Delray Beach had no issue with the city piggybacking off of their contract. And you are correct, Mr. McCoy, that item will be coming to the council on second reading. But during this process, not in developing the ordinance, but in looking at our parking operations, One Parking has, donated their time and efforts to participate in some of our meetings, understanding that they did not have a contract at that point. But that in a nutshell is pretty much how we are come around to recommending One Parking to the council. But again, that will be at the next meeting on second reading.
Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you. And I don't know what donate their time means. Obviously, there's an expectation that they're going to get a contract, but certainly they shouldn't be before us. When we're discussing our ordinance, it should be our ordinance. The fact that they move closer to the front,
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll allow you. Go.
This is my concern. I mean, why do I even need to vote? Why am I even elected if staff has already decided and handpicked a vendor who's helped craft this ordinance, who's already been at the table on this? Does it really matter what the members of the body think? Because clearly, they're not the only game in town, Mr. Sherman and Mr. Evans. You stepped out, but my question was, how does procurement, administration, I guess a number of different departments already select, is it one parking as opposed to the other number of different aspects? I shared with you the parking program the city of West Palm Beach has is. I don't have anything, don't know anything about them, but I just know that, I mean, even looking in our code, this is a multi-million-dollar contract. We just hand it over to somebody without even giving folks who are in that same business the opportunity to compete. And then when Ms. Grimsley got up, she spoke specifically and said and she says parking one is here. And I'm saying to myself, I mean, you guys have these folks here already as if they already have a contract with us. And I don't care who gets it, truthfully, but what I care more about is being fair and transparent in the process. If they help draft the regulations, they aren't doing what she called the donation of time. They're here because they're expecting this contract to be issued. Me personally, I want it to be a fair process that we get the best deal for the city. How do I know, right? Seeing this I think this is probably not the first time we've seen it. I had no idea that One Parking was behind deriving the creation of this ordinance. The ordinances should be created by staff and is authorized by the body. However, for one private vendor to be able to drive this, seems to me that this deal was already cut, and that already reeks of not being a fair process. So, Mr. Evans, can you share with us why we chose to not get other pricing like we would do in any other solicitation and allow a competitive process? Because if I'm ABC Parking, I would be in here raising saying that, I want to make sure that I get a fair shot at this as well.
Madam Chair, if I may. And I can have Ms. Godot speak to the drafting of the ordinance. She worked with staff and administration with regards to that, and there was no situation whereby the vendor was drafting that. That was something that was an internal document that had been circling in our office for quite a bit of time. The process as it relates to the parking vendor that is potentially before you, just for purposes of this presentation, and then ultimately, if it is the board's desire to come forward at your second and final reading, they did go through a competitive solicitation process with the city of Delray Beach. It's pretty exhaustive process. There was a lot of similarities with regards to this particular situation and the city of Riviera Beach situation. And so in conversations with staff as well as procurement, it was the most expeditious and well vetted process that we thought we can bring to this board for consideration to in fact expedite this board's desire to see parking implemented, because for instance, in the city of Riviera Beach, we have no experience with regards to charging for parking. A community such as Delray that has a lot of similarities to us was the optimal comparison with regards to options that we wanted to bring before the board. And so the reason that they're here this evening would be to share with you the entire package as it relates to the parking solution. So if it's the board's desire to effectively not hear from the outfit and discuss that at another time, or direct staff to go through the competitive solicitation process, we can certainly do that. But this was something that collectively as a group we thought resolved the direction that we received from this board concerning bringing a parking option to you that was turnkey.
Mr. Chair, may I just follow up on that?
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I would concur with the city manager's comments. One Parking did not participate in drafting the ordinance. Your parking consultant did review the ordinance, but that's what we pay them for. The ordinance was actually a compilation of, I think we looked at Lake Park, we looked at West Palm, we looked at Delray. We went through a number of ordinances to put that together, but as the manager said, that was primarily staff that did that. Police was part of the team, Development Services was part of the team, Public Works was part of the team, Legal was part of the team. And then as we got closer to the end, again, the parking consultant read it just to make sure that, their understanding of parking, understanding the city, that we weren't creating a problem for ourselves. Where One Parking has assisted us is in developing revenue projections, looking at layouts for Ocean Mall, looking at layouts for the marina, but in no way did they have any input into the parking ordinance itself. Again, they are here because as you go through the parking ordinance and you may or may not have questions on how this ordinance may actually be implemented, their experience in that regard, we thought, would be a valuable source to the board.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Chairman. And Councilman, did you still need to hear from the procurement director?
No, that's not necessary. I wanted to see specifically if someone could share with me specifically where in 16.5 that's provided for to piggyback. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Will we have a response to that?
Well, I don't think it's going to stop us from moving forward, but,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can, specifically, Ms. Grimsley started by saying, and One Parking is here. I don't know what our ordinance has to do with them being here. So Mr. Sherman's explanation still doesn't resolve it, but we can go on. I just want to know exactly what authority we're operating under at this point. That's it.
And I actually have similar sentiments to that. So I would actually like, before we move on to the ordinance, to hear from our procurement director, because I really want to understand how this decision was made to move forward with Park 1. Mr. Evans did say that he wanted to expedite this process, but this board did request this ordinance back in 2020. I remember specifically asking for this 4 years ago. So to not rush through the process now, jumping over hoops after 4 years, I think I just want to make sure that it's being done properly. So if we can hear from our procurement director, Ms. Boyne? And then we can go into the rest of the presentation with our ordinance.
Chair, Council, Mayor, Tanisha Boynton, Senior Procurement Specialist. Under our procurement code, I do not know the number off the top of my head, but we do have in our procurement code the cooperative of procurement option, and that is what we utilize in making a decision to vet the City of Delray's solicitation, all of their documents to make sure that it meets the city needs and what we're trying to accomplish with the new parking. And I obtained all of the information from the City of Delray, completed our internal vetting process, made sure that the procurement process was followed correctly to meet our needs, and it was our recommendation that we be able to come before City Council and ask for authority to piggyback off of this contract. So that is what we're requesting, authorization to piggyback off of the contract from Delray.
Thank you, Ms. Boyne. Additional comments before we continue? Okay, we can go into the presentation. Thank you, Ms. Boyne.
You're welcome.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Chair Lawson, and council members. My name is Christy Gatto, and I had the pleasure of working with your team, as has already been talked about, on drafting this proposed ordinance 4250 on first reading to update your Chapter 19 that currently deals with the operation of vehicles and parking within the city of Riviera Beach. I have a presentation here, and I'm assuming I use this to control it. Just move forward. So as I mentioned, your current chapter in your Code of Ordinance that governs traffic and motor vehicles is Chapter 19. This chapter was primarily developed in 1957 and has not undergone any changes. So with the assistance of Mr. Sherman and the team he mentioned, we started looking at it and looking at other cities' ordinances on parking, vehicle operations, and traffic to start updating this, obviously trying not to recreate the wheel, but using other cities who vetted through parking and traffic situations. Your current Chapter 19 contains these 5 articles that are on the screen. In addition to Chapter 19, in your Land Development Code in Chapter 31, you also have some parking regulations that deal with different parking restrictions in residential and non-residential districts. There's some exemptions, you have some waivers and penalties. The team looked at this with Development Services just to make sure that there's consistency in what's being proposed and what currently exists in your Land Development Code. So in the proposed ordinance 4250, we're maintaining the current structure of Chapter 19 with revising the articles as shown on the screen. I'm going to start going through those. And what I want to focus in on is the way that the methodology we took towards putting this ordinance together, because it is a big ordinance, and in your backup, you have 2 different versions. There's sort of your standard ordinance format where it shows underline is the language we're adding, strike throughs is what we're deleting. That adds up to about 51 pages, which is quite a read. So what I did was I also included an easy read version in your backup, which if adopted as proposed, it removes all of the strike through and underline so you can read through it and cuts it down to about 33 pages. So hopefully that was helpful. But what we try to do with this ordinance is, and I think this is where most cities are going with their ordinances, your ordinance sort of establishes sort of your basic regulations and your basic shells for programs. The nitty-gritty detail to implement the programs, your process and procedures that are internal, those get supplemented through a policy and procedural manual, so that detail doesn't get in within your code of ordinances. So looking at that sort of methodology, we try to keep that throughout. So what we focus in on is some of the legal requirements, what is allowed for operations of vehicles, what's allowed for parking, for your programs that you're going to be doing with parking, to kind of create a shell that can then be implemented through a policy and procedural manual. So in the first article, this is primarily left the same because currently under Chapter 19, it provides your chief of police the power to regulate the operation of vehicles and parking of vehicles with traffic control devices. This is left pretty much the same. What it does add is it allows the city manager to create the policy and procedural manual for this entire Chapter 19. And update that as needed to address, like I said, the processes, the procedures, the implementation of these programs that are created throughout. We're also repealing your combat auto theft program, which is no longer utilized by the police department. In Article 2, there's some changes being made in this. I'm sorry, this is still within Article 1. This is Division 2. We're creating a new, let me back up. This is Article 2. It's the operation of vehicles, which currently exists in Chapter 19. The major change to this is to add a new track route provision. This truck route division was created based on an adoption of an ordinance by the Village of Palm Springs recently. And what this does, it would allow through resolution for the city council to adopt a regulated truck route map where in residential areas you could prohibit large trucks from driving through. I did have a discussion with Councilman McCoy, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with him before I made this presentation about a potential conflict in Chapter 27. If that conflict, believe there's a conflict with your planning and zoning board having jurisdiction over whether trucks can be on residential streets, we could certainly move this provision to Chapter 27, and you could establish a procedure where trucks routes would go through a planning and zoning board review. The way it is developed in this ordinance, the city manager would develop, sometimes with a traffic consultant, sometimes with the city engineer, bring forward a truck route that could be throughout the entire city. It could be just in a certain portion where you're seeing a lot of trucks, cut through, to prohibit trucks in that area. There are obviously exceptions, and this is in Article 2 of the new proposed ordinance. So if you have any concerns, I recommend reading that section specifically. In Article 2, we also removed some outdated provisions. We left in provisions regarding driving on the beach, obviously. So in Article 3, your current stopping, standing, and parking division within Chapter 19, this is where the biggest changes are. And really what we're trying to do is to establish the program for your new parking administration. And this is in the new Division 1. This creates the ability to now have an enterprise fund for a parking system throughout the city. It allows for a sub-fund to be used for mobility systems throughout the city to help maintain your parking systems and related mobility systems. This allows the city council to set by resolution parking rates and fees. Takes all your rates and fees out of an ordinance so that it can be done easier to just change it by resolution. Also in Article 3, this is where we get into some of the parking restrictions that are being added to this ordinance to make it more consistent with what we're seeing in both residential and non-residential areas. It's consistent with Chapter 31, the current provisions in there, and then it adds some other general regulations that we found through other cities' parking regulations throughout their zoning districts. Furthermore, in Article 3, again, some additional program shells that are set up. This allows the city to now create areas where it could be paid for parking or free for a limited time parking, and you can simply do that through signage. You could also do it through a parking vendor. And it also allows for you to create public parking on private land for certain city and CRA events. These are things that are currently not addressed in your code, so it adds both of those abilities.
Chair, thank you. Ms. Godot. And trying my best here. Number 3, stopping, standing, and parking. General parking restrictions. So I don't know how far you're going into this, but I want to kind of speak on this item particularly, right? There are some homes, and this is not really for Ms. Godot, this is for the members of the board and also for staff, that homes that were created prior to 1950s in many cases were not built with driveways. And I can tell you, I've not really, Mr. Evans and PD knows that if I see a disabled vehicle where it's been in an accident and it's sitting on the road, I'm calling that in. But inevitably, there are places throughout the city when we have, especially down on the south end in the Riviera Beach Heights area, where there was a single car driveway. And in some cases, there's not even a driveway. So enacting of this ordinance creates a violation on whoever that person is that doesn't have a driveway that parks on the road. And I know what the intent is, but I think this is going to have some unintended consequences. And I'm not in support of that, because what do you tell somebody whose home is built in 1950s, which was a part of, which I understand now because I wasn't around in the 50s, I just told you that outside. The South End was designated for World War II veterans and federal workers when they had these federal government incentive programs to put veterans and those federal workers back at work. And a lot of those homes are basically the model home, probably the same developer, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and in many cases didn't have a driveway. We're essentially deliberating on an ordinance that's going to make any person that doesn't have a driveway in violation of the city code. I'm not sure I agree with that, because there is no other option. And I want the members to be cognizant of what's being asked, because we get these resolutions, and if you're not, and Mr. Evans shared this before, and I told him this is the largest piece of legislation that we've ever done in the city. And I certainly know Ms. Godot is not going to be the one that receives those calls when folks start getting cited and ticketed. In fact, it actually happened down on the South End, and I know I got copied on a couple emails within the last few weeks where folks were saying PD just came through and started towing vehicles. Now, could it have been an expired vehicle's registration or something like that? But, you know, whatever it is, I don't want this part to be inclusive of what we're trying to do and capture when it comes to obtaining and making sure that we can recover and recapture revenue that's lost from the beach and also from the marina and from future parking garages that's built. I don't like this part whatsoever, members, and I want to especially share that with the members of the board that have these communities that there inherently was just no driveway, or you have a duplex with one single vehicle that can park. I mean, at the way we're going in the housing market, I mean, you probably got multiple families living in sometimes in one, you know, one unit. So I'm want to share with the board that, you know, I think this is well intentioned, but I don't support this. And, you know, not now, but members and Mr. Chair, when the time is appropriate, I want to reserve the opportunity to have the board to consider an amendment to bring this part out of it, because that's going to create a huge problem in itself.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. And with staff, this was my same sentiment as well in regards to the parking ordinance and the impact of what's happening in some of these neighborhoods. This was the same conversation I had in my agenda review with this, and then also the fee, first 2 hours of free parking. So we'll address that as we get further into the ordinance, but I would also be in support of that amendment to this ordinance. But if you want to continue with the presentation, Ms. Cadeau, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilwoman Miller-Anderson.
Is this the time to talk about what you two of you are talking about, or should we wait until you come around with
Please,
the
you can
motion?
go ahead and chime in on this part.
So, I mean, I certainly understand where you all are coming from. What do you all have a suggestion on how to possibly limit the amount of space, I mean, cars that we have that are parking on the street?
I think this portion, and I think that we need to eliminate this discussion and this piece of the discussion from this ordinance. I think our intent was to address the paid parking and the parking sites. And I think that they wanted to look at holistically all of the parking all over the city. It's difficult to address that in certain neighborhoods when you have similar concerns that our colleague has addressed. So I really want us to start to generate revenue with the paid parking at our beach and our marina. And also prepare for the parking garages that we're looking to build on possibly what we're creating as a downtown corridor. But I think it would be an adverse impact with this piece of the parking ordinance incorporated into the ordinance in agreement with one of my colleagues.
So you're basically wanting to pull that part out and address that at another time? is what you're
Correct.
saying?
Well, that would be my concerns. Thank you, Councilwoman Miller-Anderson. Colleagues, Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, if we're going to talk about it, I want to offer up a recommendation. Certainly I know we have vehicles that have been parked on the street that's been in the same location for 6 months. That's not okay. I mean, vehicles are for vehicular traffic, and obviously, inherently, we've adopted. And let me tell you, I mean, again, not me from 1957, but, our parents literally grew up on Shell Rock roads. So that was the parking, so I would like to see that there is something that we can address to at least address the problems where folks just park on the road and then nobody knows where the vehicle is, or if the vehicle is been involved in a traffic accident and has front end damage and is inoperable. I mean, if that's the case, put it in the driveway. If not, then it shouldn't be on the road, because the interesting thing is it creates another issue. They're on the road. You can't clean the streets. Our stormwater team can't even go out and clear catch basins because you got vehicles there. And in some cases, we have issues with the utility department being able to access meters. So certainly, I don't want a vehicle to stay there indefinitely. And it's my recommendation that staff looks at something that we can do, like, if PD goes through and they have, and I know certainly with our last vehicles, and I don't see PD here, at least not the chief, but they had these LPRs that was attached to the vehicles that would automatically scan these vehicles if they was be on the lookout list, if they were involved in some sort of, potential crime. But certainly there needs to be something that can be done from police. And I think, Mr. Evans, you're seeming like you're kind of getting to what I'm kind of putting out here. So hopefully that there's something that we can do in that regard.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
And certainly I would defer to Ms. Godot, but how I've seen it in other communities is there is sometimes some designated times of the week whereby you park on the even or odd side of the road to allow for emergency vehicles, street sweepers, sanitation trucks to invariably make its way. I've seen situations whereby communities have tried to have, if it's on-street parking, that you provide for a decal program, that you can assure that the vehicle is properly registered and the like, to be able to accommodate that. Also, one of the things that we've talked about is if there are lots that are available in close proximity to some of our neighborhoods, that this revenue that is anticipated to be collected as a result of this program, when you do look to charge for services at the marina or at the beach, you can utilize those monies to make the improvements in the neighborhoods where you can have basically a communal parking lot area. But Ms. Godot has probably dealt with this pretty extensively and can give you some other options as to what other local governments have done. But I've seen where there's certain geographical areas where parking is handled differently, just because, to the councilperson's point, having more than one vehicle was never contemplated. That was a luxury, and that was in most communities that were constructed around that time. You have small lots, small yards, and so now everybody has a vehicle, and so it creates for a situation where you have vehicles parking on the swale, on the sidewalk, and on the roadway. And so, Ms. Godot, if you can share some of your insight as to what are some other options.
Yes.
related to
Mr. Chair, if I may.
No, go ahead.
So just stepping back for 1 minute, Councilman McCoy, I'm glad you brought up that issue because I've had the privilege of representing your code enforcement division since 2008. And as you know, oftentimes they cite someone for parking on the grass. And often sometimes it's those property owners that may be in those 1950 homes that may have never had a driveway. Or sometimes it's a home that was built more recently, but the driveway has deteriorated to a time that now you can't even tell it used to have a driveway. So in code enforcement, when those issues come up and there's a property owner that never had a driveway, if they can show that they're grandfathered in under the land development code for having their house permitted without a driveway, we dismiss any kind of violation for not parking on a paved, dusted surface, which is under your current land development code requirements. It's not addressed in your parking ordinance that's being proposed. It's also not addressed in your current Chapter 19. It is through your land development code in Chapter 31. The proposed ordinance in the proposed Article 3 that deals with the new parking regulations are in section 1977, 1978, 1979, 1981, 1988, and 1989. And when I was working on this, I am sensitive to that issue because we had it come up in code enforcement. So the regulations that are currently in there do not address an issue where someone's parking at a property that was properly permitted, perhaps in the 50s, without a driveway. It's not addressed in here. What is addressed in here are things that most cities consider to be improper parking. You're parking in front of our fire hydrant. You're double parked so that there's no way for a fire truck or any other vehicle to get through a residential street. You're, doing other things that are standard parking violations, not really sort of a land use violation. If there's a specific provision, I'm happy to discuss it with you and go over with you. And I do agree 100%. It is a huge piece of legislation that you're considering. And if it's the pleasure of this board to break that legislation up and take it on in smaller articles, I'm happy to work with staff so that we bring back perhaps just a article that deals with a new parking administration section and then take baby steps towards perhaps the other regulations. That's certainly the pleasure and the decision of this board. I just wanted you to know that I am sensitive to that issue because it has come up in code enforcement before. So in other cities, as Mr. Evans pointed out, where they have sort of a much more standardized parking division, what they will do is designate areas. It's mostly through signage of when you can park on a certain side of the street, when no parking is allowed, if there's going to be street sweeping and things like that. That is a big educational program and a big rollout. If you're ever going to do anything like that, where currently your residents are used to just parking on the street and not having to worry about, oh, I'm on the right side of the street or the left side of the street. Is it street sweeping? And they have to get out and, get in the middle of the night and move your cars. So that is something that could eventually be done under this ordinance because it allows for the police chief, working obviously with the city manager and with council, to develop sort of a signage program and develop areas like that where you more regulate your parking than you currently do. I think for the focus that I've heard tonight really is on getting your parking administration up and running, especially in areas where there's revenue that the city may be losing out on. So, but that is something with this ordinance that you could eventually do to regulate parking in other areas where you may not be looking to have people pay for parking, but you may like to do some other things. So this is, again, back to Article 3, where we are putting in most of the parking regulations. This also creates a new division that is specific to your beach parking area. Most of the regulations in this beach parking area, we stole from Lake Worth Beach that also has a beach parking area. So there's some specific regulations in there. And much like Lake Worth Beach, what we also included was this allows for the city to create a residential parking area, perhaps to allow for discount parking for residents, and to also designate a beach tenant employee parking area. And again, it just creates the language, creates the shell that could be implemented through policy to designate those areas if desired. Again, in Article 3, this is a new division that's being created on parking garages. You don't currently have a parking garage, but were you to construct a parking garage, this allows for you to then create some policies and procedures, and it does have some very basic general regulations for parking garages. This also, in this Article 3, it creates a new Division 6 that allows for an enforcement process. There's two aspects to your enforcement process. One is if the city is enforcing this Chapter 19, there's a process established for city enforcement, including an appeal through the city's process. If it's enforcement through a third-party vendor, then the enforcement is done through that third-party vendor, and that's dictated by any contract that you may enter with a third-party vendor. So if the third-party vendor discovers someone hasn't paid, they have a process to address non-payment of their fees. Article 4.
Councilman, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So
I'm sorry.
You're referring to articles, and I'm just looking at the code section. So I guess I'm trying to follow along. This article on enforcement, Article 6 is what section exactly?
Article 6.
Yes, I'm looking at the actual raw ordinance, but it doesn't delineate which article that is.
So you have 5 articles in your current ordinance, and we're sticking to those 5 articles. Article 3 is where the biggest changes are being made, and that's where the parking regulations are, that's where the beach parking is, and that is where your parking garage is also established.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Okay, so divisions is what it's showing here. So I mean,
Okay.
all right, I thought I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
It says divisions in this ordinance. You're saying articles, it says division.
Where are you at? What page are you on?
I'm at the underline and strike through version of the ordinance, but you're referring to articles, and I think that should be synonymous with divisions. Here it's listed as Division 6 enforcement. You said Article 6. I'm thinking I was looking at something different, but I think,
Oh, I'm sorry. Then
Yeah.
then I misspoke. It may be in your
It's
Division
in
6
Division 6, yeah.
is in Article 3, and that's the new Division 6 being created for enforcement. So in your Court of Ordinances, you have your chapters, then you have your articles, and then you have your divisions, and then you have your individual sections. So Division 6 is the new enforcement provision within Article 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The new Article 4, we're repealing the 1957 provisions on bicycles and putting in new provisions dealing with towing, impounding, and immobilization of vehicles. This updates your code so it's consistent with Florida statute and the process that needs to be followed regarding towing, impounding, and immobilization. This also allows for an appeal process should any of that eventually occur through your parking. The last article, Article 5, regarding parades, remains the same in your code. So that is the overview of this ordinance that's being proposed. It is a big ordinance, and if you want to, break it up into silos, that makes it more manageable for you guys to consider as legislation. That's certainly something to consider, but it does develop the methodology to give you the authority and flexibility for your parking systems and your parking regulations. And then the details of implementing That parking system and those regulations will be in the policy and procedural manual that eventually the city manager will bring forward. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Thank you, Ms. Godot.
You're
Councilman McCoy, colleagues, Councilman, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm in Article 3, Division 6. I was looking for the appeal. I asked this question yesterday, and I don't know that I've even gotten the answer to it, and I still don't see it. If one chooses to appeal citation, I don't see where that's called out here.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Godot, go ahead.
And what I do see is that there is a deferment to the administration, city parking administrator, but I don't know that I see specifically an appeal process. And obviously from recourse, just from a matter of having recourse, I share with the members in our agenda review. I was cited last month, I believe it was, with the citation, only to look into the code in the city of West Palm Beach and realize they had something completely contrary to their code, and they provide for an appeal process for me to plead not guilty. That's not here.
Right, so the way that this is set up is in Article 6, Division 6 of Article 3, down in Section 19108, it provides for an administrative review process, voiding of citation, waiver of late fee, and imposition of administrative fee. That allows a process where the city's parking administration, if it's enforced through the city's enforcement process, this sets out the process where if anyone were to challenge a parking citation issued by the city, that they could go through this process and file an appeal to determine whether or not the parking citation was done correctly. But the way this is set up is if they use an alternate procedure through a parking vendor, then it would go through that parking vendor's process. And so that's one of the things that Mr. Sherman mentioned was that the vendor that's being recommended to City Council, the way that they typically deal with a challenge to when they say someone hasn't paid their fee is there's a process that's laid out in the contract that the city would eventually be piggybacking for them to address that process and perhaps either resolve it with the resident or whoever was challenging it. And if it goes, towards the resident, perhaps gets dismissed. If not, it needs to be paid and eventually would go to collections. So this is set up to allow for a dual enforcement process depending on who is managing and enforcing that particular area of your parking system.
Thank you, Ms. Godot.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes. I have 5 public comment cards.
Okay. Do we have any additional presentation from staff before we go to public comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
If it is the board's pleasure to hear from any of the other staff or persons here, we can certainly facilitate that, or if you'd like to just address the ordinance, we can accommodate whatever the board's desires are.
At this moment, it'd be my recommendation, and the board can chime in on this, that we go through just addressing the ordinance for the purpose of getting through this. It's already 9:30. I believe we still have a few more items that we're trying to get through and see how much we can get through. So let's go ahead and hear public comment, and then we can have discussion about the ordinance.
The first is Scott. Is Scott still here? Followed by Tanya Davis Johnson, Fane Lozman, and then Margaret Shepherd.
Welcome, Ms. Tanya Davis Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for staff substantially amending this ordinance. Now, my questions deal specifically with a couple of sections. Section 19.2, the designation where parking is prohibited. Does that or will it include overnight parking of tractor trailers along Garden Road or any other area? I didn't see that in the language. Section 19.54, this is a little off the beaten path, but it talks about the sounding of horns for trains from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Who handles the enforcement of this? Because I can assure you that train horns sound anywhere between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So who's handling the enforcement of that, and how are we communicating that with FEC? And then on section 1959, it talks about the installation of signs. Does that and will that include the area along Garden Road where the tractor trailers have historically parked their vehicles? Section 19.111, items 1 and 4, it addresses unattended vehicles. However, vehicles that are occupied on a street, how will they be addressed? So those are my questions as it relates to amending of this ordinance and how those will be factored in. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Lozman.
Thane Lozman. I like the comments that were made about people who had houses in the 1950s. They're still living in a 1950 house because they don't have a lot of money. And what you're basically doing with all these new parking regulations, you're putting a tax on them because people are going to be motivated. Let's tow that car. Let's give them a ticket. That's what happened to me. You have people that park on the swale, hundreds and hundreds of cars. There's a video of your city manager saying that. But when I parked adjacent to my property on the swale, I got my license suspended with a moving violation. The city manager is going to learn a lesson one day, hopefully this year, when he's sued in a federal civil rights case for treating me differently than every other person who parks on their swale at night. Okay? There is a double standard in how traffic tickets are enforced in this city. The second problem I have with this ordinance is Ms. Godot is a trial lawyer. We had a case that I beat her in the 4th District Court of Appeals. She's also the code enforcement outside attorney for the city. Even though we have 2 attorneys in this city, and the Auditor General said, let's use in-house staff, she is at every code enforcement hearing. I have an email from Matt Lynch that's sent to her like, why is my floating container home still where it is? So she has an interest working for code enforcement, trying to get fines out of people. Now she's coming forward with a parking thing, trying to get fines out of the people too. She may be a great trial attorney, but she certainly shouldn't be doing code enforcement and doing this ordinance. That's a conflict. You know, there's plenty of lawyers in here. Why is this woman wearing all these hats? Trial attorney, appellate attorney, code enforcement attorney, and now parking ordinance attorney. I mean, I have a problem with that. I have a problem that our staff is too lazy to do any of this work that's what they were supposed to do when they added a second attorney. But I'm really concerned about the residents. The residents, one thing to have parking for the beach, for special events, for the marina, that's where you're going to bill the money with, get a ticket to park at the marina and park around town. But to go back into these poor neighborhoods and try to play the code enforcement game, that is wrong. If this ever went on the ballot, the voters would say, just leave us the way we've been back there for the last 70 years. Focus on the areas where you have tourists come in and you want to pay for parking for those things. But these people in these poor neighborhoods, you already got a tremendous water tax on them that's going up. Water, sewer, all these bills, all this inflation. Now you want to tow their cars in the middle of the night? That's not going to happen.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Margaret Shepherd, followed by Mary Graham.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. While I don't really understand what's going on, I was wondering, why did this not go out for RFP? I guess she explained it, but I really didn't understand it. You got the good old boys here, and I don't understand why we're 85% African American, and we allow these people to come in, and you got you got me baffled that this didn't go out and we get 3 um, quotes. So I'm understanding you're piggybacking on Deerfield Beach, which is very much different from Riviera Beach. I think we continue to do things without understanding why we're doing it. I understand the city is really stressed for cash with these bonds. So now we're going to go to the meters, in which when I first moved here um, I think the mall, they had meters. Down in West Palm Beach, there's meters everywhere. So now all of a sudden, the city is growing, so you're bringing the good old boys in, and they're taking, this is a multi-million-dollar project, and we're giving it away without giving our people a job. I truly don't understand how things are being worked in the city of Riviera Beach. Um, I don't support the bonds. I don't think we really understand the bonds. And now we're put into the position of uh, the meters, which I think the meters are okay. There is not enough parking in our neighborhood. I have to park on the swells because I have my children that come. Everybody's driving, 5 people driving, and there's nowhere to park. And where those houses are built like they are, there's hardly no parking for us. So now you're going to stress out the residents. The residents are not here to understand that they're going to be fined or towed or what. I had someone come to my door and they said they're going to tow my car. And I said, do what you have to do because my children will be here in a few minutes. There is no parking. So I think that before you guys start doing this or start saying we're going to go this way, you need to start thinking about what we're going through. You're going to tax us with the bonds. Now you're going to tax us with the parking. Now you're bringing these people in and you didn't have an RFP to really say, let's give some of our people some of this money. And it's sad this is the way we're going. We're not thinking about it. Related has them all. And it's just kind of getting next to me. We're not thinking. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mrs. Mary Brown.
Here, Bram Riviera Beach, we have lost, we have lost, we have lost. I am all for this. It is about time that we as a city look at who we are. We have lost tremendous revenue. Every time we don't complain when FP&L put that fix on our light bill. We don't complain when we pull our cars up to buy that gas. We don't complain when we go to the grocery store to buy that milk and that bread or whatever we have to do in order to survive. Our living conditions are the same way. We are no longer in 1957. Our policies completely within this city needs an overhaul. What does that overhaul does? It brings us in line to, if we are to build and be a city to build out, and we say that others will come, and I definitely believe that they will come, we have to meet those conditions. We have to meet those conditions. And it takes courage. It takes standing out to do the things not right for Miss Graham, because see, all of us are going to leave here. But guess what? Our children is going to set precedences too. And they're going to build on what we build on, because these are the legacies that we leave. And legacies are to be built on, not downgraded. We're not going back there where bread was $1.25 anymore. We are looking at where we are now. And this, our streets, I've driven all over this territory here. Cars have lined our streets for months and years and days. And the neighbors have constantly complained. When is the city going to rise up and make us be what we know that we can be? And we're not saying that everybody can do the same thing, but we ask for everybody to meet us somewhere in the middle. Meet us somewhere in the middle. Do we want to clean up, or do we want to continuously have our streets not make revenues where we can make revenues? This is basically the only city, and Miss Graham has done her homework, that have not implement in a parking. What is wrong with us? You do have a chance to get things in order, in right. I don't care about those seats up there. I care about how you govern, because that's what matters. So Ms. Brown say, move forward. You will always have disagreements,
Thank
but
you
the
for your comments,
city
Ms.
would
Brown.
never center around just one or two or three people. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, do we have any additional presentation for this ordinance?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I know we have some comments from the board. Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few things. So I wish Mr. Bailey was here, but I want to take you back, Mr. Evans, 2019, and don't recall seeing anyone here when we had this Monroe Heights. We came in and Monroe Heights was, we found out we had 3 sidewalks in one community. And that really eliminated the ability for folks to park on the shoulder on both sides of the road. And also during that time, we were doing construction along the 1600 block of West 23rd Street, and that is the area just immediately north of Barracuda Bay. You have homes that are currently on Blue Heron Boulevard that have and always had, and these are the 1950 homes. And I, respectfully disagree with Mr. Bailey on the application of this code provision, but that there should only be one driveway. And there is a provision that he cited that came in the 1990s, but these homes were built way ahead of that. So what happened, board members, is along West 23rd Street in the 1600 block, you could travel from S Avenue and go west all the way down to the dead end, and that road was paved. But apparently during that process, we decided to close off the back driveways of those residences, and everybody over there was outraged, and I could not understand why. If these homes were there prior to us doing road construction, why wouldn't we put it back in the same place that it was? Well, we didn't just not pave the road, we actually created a situation where we put a barricade up that prevented folks from going there. And I just find that unconscionable now that we're here 4 years later and in theory, we're proposing to make it where a person can be cited from parking along the road. If you know those homes in the 1600 block of West Blue Heron, immediately across from Barracuda Bay, their only option is to back onto Blue Heron when they actually exit out, unless they have a semicircle. So it's like we seem to do things that are contrary and even contradictory in some places, and I could not understand why the city would take the position, and this may have been done in the design and engineering plan, but to completely close off access, not just to those homes that's adjacent to West 23rd and the 1600 block, but also to West 25th Street and West 24th Street, the same exact thing. If they had rear driveways, then obviously that created another parking area. So what staff did was engineering created a curb. They didn't even provide for the ingress and egress. And these folks had, in some cases, had vehicle damage underneath in the undercarriage because they were climbing and they were traversing across a curb that wasn't even paved. And it's just really strange that we're now 4 years later over 4 years later, trying to sit here and figure this out, where we're going to now make it more difficult for a person to park at home. I would hope that we can revisit that, Mr. Evans, because that's very small, and all we needed to do was provide access to it. These homes, and I'm sure if you look at the property appraisals records, have been around way ahead of this whole provision in the code. But that's how staff does. They will sit here and tell you, despite, what's in public record, they would say, well, you only have one driveway. Well, how dangerous is that if you live in the 1600 block and you have one single vehicle driveway to back onto Blue Heron? You sure as heck better not do it during school zone time, because it's really bad. And I just would hope that we could, in another conversation, revisit that, because parking is definitely, is scarce, and it should be allowed where permissible. And certainly, if the code provided us the opportunity to do it before 1990, when we paved those streets, we should have certainly provided ingress to the back of those homes. The second thing I came up with during the discussion was exclusions for Sundays. I would like to move to that point where we talked about removing section 77 is 19-77 through 19-81, and take that up separately, specifically because I think in every district on the mainland, you're going to have churches that inevitably were built prior to the 1957s that are historic in some regard, that didn't have adequate parking. And essentially, you're creating an ordinance that's going to provide for every single parishioner to be cited by the city. I think similar to what West Palm Beach did several years ago, they were not charging for the longest time on Sundays at their metered parking, and there was no parking enforcement. I think that's since changed. I think it may have been either 2023 or perhaps even 2022. But I would hope that there's an exclusion for Sundays, especially in those residential communities. Last thing, Ms. Godot, and this is a question for you, and I don't know if this needs to be placed into a code of ordinances, because I don't see it in this language, or do I see it in what's already been on the books? But I'm looking at Florida statutes 316.1964, and this has been something that I've recognized even Delray Beach does, and this is the exemptions for vehicles transporting certain individuals with disabilities that have a parking placard. And what it provides for is that a state, county, municipality, or agency thereof may not charge any fee for parking on a public street or highway in any metered parking space. I don't see that that's incorporated into our code of ordinances, and it may not need to be because it's already encompassed in state law, but certainly I think we should make some sort of reference to that, because in most cases a person doesn't know, and it becomes pretty tricky, because now if we take just Ocean Mall for example, those parking spaces that are along the actual Ocean Mark parking lot are going to be inevitably some sort of metered spacing. I don't see how you can create a situation where that area in itself is going to be monitored by a license plate camera, because that is a through street, and more or less you are parking along the street. So I would certainly hope that we have some provisions for meter parking and exemptions for persons with disabilities. Obviously subject to the limitations that's in state statute, but those are the three things that I wanted to do, and certainly I would, when the time is appropriate, Mr. Chair, like to see if we can bifurcate and remove 19-77 through 19-81 initially, to tackle that on a separate item.
Thank you, Councilman. Board, additional comments?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Botel, go ahead.
Earlier this evening, Ms. Godot offered the opportunity to break this up and to have it in perhaps more digestible pieces. I have a number of questions about the beach parking specifically, and I'm thinking maybe I need to have an off-site a separate meeting about this, because I have so many questions and the hour is getting late. I wonder if we can take her at her suggestion, or her offer rather, to take this in smaller chunks and something that would be more digestible for the community as well, because there's just so much here. And I think that it would behoove us to really spend the time that it's going to take to delve into it, rather than voting for it one fell swoop this evening.
Thank you, Councilwoman Botel.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With what has been provided for in the recommendation from Councilperson McCoy is probably the more substantive items, and the items that invariably you as policymakers would get calls on. And so it would be, if you are going to eliminate by virtue of removing a section out of the ordinance and take it in another form and fashion, it would be staff's recommendation to look to address that, because there's a lot of other elements that are contained in this ordinance. And if we got to the point where we were peeling things out, but the more substantive items that are going to impact our residents are those items that the council person had provided for, and we can bring you some additional solutions and some ideas. But I can tell you that there was a lot of time, energy, and effort that went into this to look at, trying to resolve this issue, because there's probably some variation where we've talked to each and every one of you about certain things, whether it's items that are on this list or items associated with that. But if you are going to bifurcate it, I would recommend that you accept the recommendation as provided by Councilperson McCoy.
Board members?
Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Question, Ms. Godot. This ordinance, is this limited to the jurisdiction of city roads? And when I mean that, I mean the enforcement of it, because there was a public comment speaker that spoke of the trucks that we have. Certainly, it's an issue, but what is our jurisdiction in terms of enforcing this along roads that are designated as county roads, such as Gardens Road?
Mr. Chair, if I could speak to the Garden Road issue specifically, and then Ms. Godot as well.
Ms. Evans.
We have had conversations with regards to the county, and the discussions were it's more of an enforcement element. There were a situation whereby they wanted to see us provide for signage or what have you. So it is an enforcement element. So PD has been looking to effectively address that as best as possible from an enforcement standpoint, because we did ask them about the possibility of some signage, and they said that they weren't interested in the signage. But from the enforcement side, they completely abrogated that responsibility over to the police department.
And Ms. Godot?
Mr. Chair, if I may, to respond to Councilman McCoy, the set forth at the beginning of Article 1 is the clarification that this pertains to streets and highways under the city's jurisdiction. So county roads, state roads, and highways would not be governed by this.
Thank you. Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Godot, great explanation. But Mr. Evans, I don't understand how could Riviera Beach Police enforce anything that's not within the municipal boundaries of the city? Because Gardens Road, more or less, is a county road. And
Mr. Chair, if
Mr.
I
Evans, go ahead.
may, it's no different than any county or state road. If it is within our municipal boundaries, they can in fact enforce what is provided for. But they just, when we did have the question, they said that they weren't interested in any signage or any other thing, but they said, we can in fact enforce that, because we brought up that very same point, and there had been conversations with the previous chief as well as this chief concerning the enforcement activities on Garden Road.
okay, well, good. That's a very interesting situation. Ms. Godot is saying that this ordinance does not address it, and you're saying PD has taken steps to create enforcement. So which is it?
Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Ms. Godot, go ahead.
So your police department is charged with enforcement of not only city ordinances, but Florida state statute. So depending on what's applicable on a county road or a state road within city jurisdiction can be handled by your police department.
Mr. Chair, and that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Am I missing something? Because once we get to Gardens Road, there is a carve out where they aren't within the municipal boundaries. So I guess I'm not understanding. Like,
Mr.
all
Chair?
of Gardens Road is not City of Riviera Beach. There are some areas, especially those that are right near the canal on the south side of Blue Heron Boulevard, that are considered unincorporated.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Godot, go ahead.
Your police department may have sort of a mutual aid agreement or an understanding with PBSO regarding the enforcement of traffic laws on roads adjacent to the municipality or nearby. I know oftentimes that happens with a lot of municipalities working with PBSO. I don't know the particulars of Garden Road. All I can say is under this ordinance, it is for city jurisdiction over its streets and highways, but the PD does have jurisdiction over state law enforcement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Councilman McCoy did want to reserve his time for an amendment.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I would like to offer that we remove item 19-77, 19-78, 19-79, 19-80, and 19-81 from this ordinance.
Councilman has made a request for an amendment.
Sorry, tell me what page, just give me the page number.
If you
I'm
could
trying to-
repeat the numbers again, Councilman, please.
Sure.
Did you say starting with 78? 1978?
Starting with 1977.
77.
That's ordinance page number 17.
Mr. Chair, could you just repeat the numbers?
Councilman McCoy?
Mr. Chair, there's
Go ahead.
1977 through 1981.
1977 through 1981.
Yes, and that specifically deals with yes, that specifically deal with the improper and prohibited parking all the way up through hazardous parking.
I agree.
Great.
That's my amended motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
That's my
Councilman
amendment.
Botel?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you.
I had already seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed that. Additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk, do you have the amended motion with the corrections?
Yes,
Or with
I
the
do have
changes?
it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I do have it, sir.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Botel first?
yes,
then
just
Council-
prior to the second reading, I'd like to have a meeting with Attorney Godot to have some of my questions answered about the beach parking.
Same, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
Mr. Manager, we're not expecting this back this month, correct?
We were looking to bring this back this month, but we can facilitate it bringing your first meeting in March. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Because to the board's point, it is quite a robust ordinance, so we can bring it back to your first meeting in March. That's not a problem.
That's appropriate because I think, if we're here next Wednesday on CRA stuff, then, we'll be right back tackling this voluminous piece of legislation. So I would hope that we can have members, they have the opportunity to work it out. And then also perhaps, Mr. Evans, I proffered a suggestion to having staff not exactly eliminate 77 through 81, but come up with another alternative to address cars that are just derelict, that's sitting on the road, without being punitive towards folks that don't have a single family home that doesn't have a driveway, or a duplex that only has one parking. So I would hope that we don't do that in 2 weeks.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
No. This would be something that we would bring back in the form of a discussion and deliberation item as it relates to the sections that were repealed out of this ordinance, and then get some clarity from the board and have some examples of how other communities deal with this. And then that would come back at a subsequent meeting, but it would not be ready for your first meeting in March.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Councilman. Additional comments?
Yeah, so what are we doing? We're taking this part out and then we're gonna come back and put it back in a different form?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, we would bring that back in another ordinance in another form, not incorporated in this particular ordinance.
Okay.
And before we go on, I did have a question in reference to did we have clear direction in regards to the one parking firm? I know staff made clear that they were not part of creation of the ordinance, but when this item does come back, I think we need to really discuss how we're going to proceed with whether we're going to piggyback or go out for solicitation, because this ordinance is separate and apart. So I do want to make sure we address that. The hour is getting late, and before we vote on that, I wanted to also acknowledge that it is 9:59. Colleagues, we have to make a decision.
Make a motion to extend the meeting to finish the rest of the agenda.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson? Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. And if we have no further discussion, Madam Clerk, motion for ordinance with amendments, with changes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Chair, are we voting
Council-
on the amendment or are we voting on the ordinance incorporating the changes?
The ordinance incorporating the changes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
did legal have something to add?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Evans, or
Vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe that the board already acted on the amendment to the ordinance. Now I think it's actually the adoption of the ordinance, Madam Clerk.
no, the action we just took was the extension of the meeting. That action we just took was just to extend the meeting to end of the agenda. Now we have to act on the amendment. Because I don't believe we took any action for the amendment.
We did not take any action on the amendment. We haven't voted on that.
Correct.
We had a motion
Yes.
and a second, but no vote.
Yeah, so we just, because of the time, we did extend the meeting, but now I think we have to take action on the amendment. Madam Clerk?
You voted yes, Mr. McCoy, correct? Okay. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote?
So, Mr. Evans, you said we will not be bringing this item back until the meeting in March.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so now we're going to take action on the ordinance.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board, any additional discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 9B.
Item 9B, ordinance number 4255, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an application ZA-23-0007 from Found Care, Inc., requesting a zoning map amendment from a downtown residential district zoning designation to a single-family dwelling zoning district, RS-6, to rezone the western portion of the subject property to a downtown general zoning designation located at 3501 Broadway. Property control numbers 564342, 28300000010010, and 564342, 280000010160, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have public comments for this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
It's been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of council, honorable mayor, and Madam Attorney. I am before you to present this item, which you have seen before. As you may recall, it was removed from a previous agenda in order for staff to perfect the notice. So if the board desires a presentation on this item again, staff will do so. The applicant is also present and prepared to present as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sermons. And as a quick refresher, this was an item that was pulled because of the noticing concern that we had with the post in the newspaper, not matching the ordinance that was properly printed. You did do a full presentation previously, so if my colleagues would like a refresher or to hear from the applicant. Board members? No? Thank you, Ms. Sermons. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do apologize. We did have two comment cards. I'm not sure if they are still here, if you still wanted to hear them or not.
Yes, let's still take
Okay.
let's still take
The
both.
first would be Terrence Davis and Mrs. Mary Bram.
I'm going to be very, very brief because it is 10 o'clock, a little bit after 10. But just to give you those kudos, this is what partnership looks like. When there is something that has fallen in the gap, that you are always willing, if you want to be a partner, you always would come back and make it, have that meeting of the minds. So as a resident, and I'm quite sure a lot of us found care as a resident, along with others, we say thank you. We say thank you for choosing our city. Thank
Humanity,
you for
Mr.
coming
Chair.
to want to
Mr.
be a
Chair,
part.
humanity, we're on
Thank-
rezoning. Like,
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Bram, we are talking about the zoning.
Are we on found care?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
The zoning amendment.
Oh, the zoning. Okay, I thought that we were talking about the impact fees. Okay, so, but I think that was the last thing that we were in here. But it's that zoning, because that piece of land that is there that has not been utilized, whether or not that we want to incorporate that with found care, because we have not utilized that property. And I know years and years and years ago, nothing came about it. So this establishment has come along, and they would like to utilize that area there, because I'm quite sure it will be a traffic flow that will come up in that area there, because it will serve the vast majority, not just within our compass area, but also Lake Park, US Highway 1. And we are constantly building up over in that area there. So that zoning is applicable to where they need to get at. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
I apologize, Councilman McCoy.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, did we finish the vote?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Mr.
And
Chair.
thank you again to Found Care.
Mr. Chair, I
Thank
would
you for your
ask that we do roll call, please.
I'm
Can we
sorry.
do roll call?
Redo it?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk, if you could read the roll call.
You said redo it?
Redo roll call,
The roll call?
please.
It was a unanimous vote.
If you could redo roll call.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Madam Clerk, if you can effectuate asking the board how they are to vote on this item, because we had to facilitate public comment and the board is to act after public comment.
Oh, Councilperson McCoy?
Let me think about this. Chris? Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you again to Found Care, and thank you for your efforts. Madam Clerk, 11A.
11A, Resolution 18-24, resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach,
Doing that one.
Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the sale and transfer of retired K-9 police dog Jen in the amount of $1, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the bill of sale and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have one comment card for this item. The acceptance of comment cards is closed.
Motion to approve Resolution 18-24.
Councilman,
Second.
thank you. Motion made and properly seconded. We've already had a presentation on this. Colleagues, we do have a public comment card. Does anyone want to hear a presentation? Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Evans.
I have confirmed that the dollar has been received and accounted for in the finance department.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Public comment, Madam Clerk?
Fame Lozman?
Thane Lozman, before I make my comment, where's the police chief? It says Michael Coleman, Chief of Police. When you go to North Bay Village, you go to other communities, if you're department head, you got to stay the whole meeting. Police chief has to stay the whole meeting. Maybe you have a question regarding security, whatever it is. You have the finance director here, you have sermons here. Any department head should be present at this meeting. Here's an item where it has his name on it. I'm just curious why certain individuals think they're above. If you all have to be here, all the department heads have to be here. Getting back to the police dog, I saw an interesting show about how troubled young men who come out of the prison system, they integrate them into different types of programs. And one program is to work with training police dogs, training animals for police, military, what have you. And I'm just wondering, whoever is going to end up with this dog, I guess it's its handler, but I think there's some opportunity to try to integrate people coming out of the prison system, integrating them into working with these police dogs. It's done in other places, and I think it's, you would be surprised how big the canine system is as far as not only police dogs, but people that use these as personal protection dogs. There's something, the police dog industry is a lot bigger than you think it is. And I think this police department could maybe even expand their police dogs situation and allow young men coming out of the prison system to work with them and train these dogs.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Lozman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel, Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier, Chairperson Lawson. The vote passes with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 11B.
Okay, thanks. Resolution number 2-24, resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute an open-end master lease agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management and to facilitate the ongoing replacement of the city's annual capital fleet budget allocation, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make annual lease and maintenance payments for the same and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comments for this item. The acceptance of the public comment cards is closed.
Motion for resolution number 2-24.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Public Works Director, Mr. Roberto Treviso, to make this presentation and introduce the corresponding speakers concerning this item.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the council, and Honorable Mayor. I'm Roberto Travieso, Director of Public Works, for the record, and I'm pleased to appear before you tonight along with my colleague, Mr. Randy Sherman, Director of Finance and Administrative Services for the city, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, Assistant City Manager for the city, and also Ms. Kat Farber, who is the Senior Client Strategy Manager for Enterprise Fleet Management, to present this item before you for your consideration. This agenda item is associated with the execution of an open-end lease agreement between the city and Enterprise. The City Council previously approved a similar agreement back in October of 2020 for our great police department, and that program was implemented with great success. And the agenda item that is before you proposes to expand those same benefits to additional fleet in other city departments. In a moment, with approval of the board, I would like to invite Ms. Farber to present an overview of the many benefits associated with this forward-thinking program, including substantial fiscal savings, an increase in reliability, and a reduction in downtime for our fleet. Finally, I'd like to highlight that the agreement that is proposed in no way will result in a reduction in the number of full-time employees in the Fleet Services Division, but it will include some job task variation as we strive to improve the level of service and increase the effectiveness and the efficiency of the fleet services that we provide to our employees and to our city. So, Mr. Chair, without further ado, at this time, if it is the pleasure of the board, I'd like to ask Ms. Farber to conduct her presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Travieso, you said upon approval of the board. I'm not approving that. I'm not supporting that she makes a presentation. I mean, we've already been here 10:13. I want to get right into some questions of Mr. Travieso.
Please. Councilman, go ahead with your
Mr.
question.
Chair, thank you. Mr. Travieso, what was the fleet complement prior to the city of Riviera Beach going out to enterprise leasing for the police department? As far as staff complement, the FTEs.
What was the FTE?
Prior to us going to this leasing services for police department? How many employees did we have working in the fleet department?
I apologize, Councilperson. I do not have that information at this moment.
Councilman, go ahead. All right, that's all the questions I have, but I do want to make two statements. This is exactly why, and thank you for the hard work on this. But it starts off like this, but it never ends up like this. And let me tell you something. I'm only 40, but I've seen this movie before. Members, this is outsourcing. This is how it starts. We come up with this concept that we do better by leasing. But I can tell you, we probably had almost 10 people working in our fleet department prior to police department going to the leasing services. Now we have 2. So, I mean, you can call it shifting or variations of positions, but ultimately, think about where we were when we started in 2019. Our fleet department was ASC certified altogether. Now, here's what my suggestion was, and I've said this before, and I asked Mr. Evans this yesterday. The idea why we didn't take this up last year was because we wanted an analysis. Was it going to be a cost savings for us to do that? I think they presented, at least Mr. Travieso did a good job yesterday doing my agenda review and explaining that. However, there are some other benefits that I am concerned about, and I think he's tried to touch them. And I don't want to get drawn out into this unless some other member does, but Pro Tem did some initiatives a couple years back with our detailing services. I would love to see if we reincorporate our fleet department and then we make it a full service ASC certified mechanic shop. That way we're not giving all of the work back to outside vendors. We can actually be able to employ people and bring enterprises, other fleets here to have them service. And then that way we can generate money. And then the same amount that I've seen our vehicles over at this shop in Mangonia Park. And I've seen about 7 or 8 police vehicles parked there. And I was wondering, like, all these mechanic shops in Riviera Beach, and why can't we do the same thing that we've done with automobile detailing to bring all of that full service automobile detailing in, not just that, the mechanic work, which is in some cases very small, back in-house, and be able to employ individuals and be able to charge enterprise the same amount that they're going over to Mangonia Park and West Palm Beach and Lake Park to patronize those businesses. I think if we don't do it, who will? We've already seen an attempt today to bring in a company that is very much based out of Palm Beach County, but it was not a fair process in how we select them. So it'd be my position. Well, obviously, I'm not going to support this item, and I'm doing that just out of protest. Like, be the change that we want to see. If this is the opportunity for us to send staff back to think creatively, how do we build our fleet department back up to employ individuals, and then when enterprise has vehicles that they need to have service, that they can come back here and pay, and guess what? Those leasings will end up paying for itself. So I don't understand why we think that it's such a hard thing to do things in-house, but I won't be able to support it. And I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Additional comments from the board? I would be in agreement where I believe that I had the conversation where 8 shops are local within city limits. So that does benefit and impact the economics of Riviera Beach. But I think the opportunities of creating jobs and additional opportunities within a department that we've created and that we manage and oversight would also assist with that process. I do believe we have a presentation as well, additional presentation as well. Please, if you want to go into your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor and commissioners and city leadership team and staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to present and speak to you today. My name is Catherine Farber. I'm very proud to represent Enterprise Fleet Management. We are a division of the Enterprise Mobility brand. We have partnered with the city since 2020 and have successfully helped the police team navigate the processes over the last few years in procuring vehicles, getting older vehicles off the road, helping them uniform their fleet, and ultimately selling vehicles for them to help reduce the financial impacts of the fleet on their budgets. We're here to illustrate today how seamless it is to roll the same model out to your public works team. Our agenda today is going to include introductions to enterprise mobility, a little bit about us as we are all local, and a review of our enterprise philosophy for replacing vehicles, and briefly touch on the financial approach that enterprise recommends, as well as some key programs that you see listed here, which the city has identified immediate benefits in. Enterprise Mobility was formed as Enterprise Holdings in 1957 by Jack Taylor, who served on the USS Enterprise. We have now grown. We are still a family-owned and operated business, but we have a global presence and footprint. That's really important because a lot of what Enterprise Fleet Management is here to do is to collaborate with the city on their goals and objectives, and using our infrastructure, our experience, our connections, and plugging the city into those. It's not to replace anything that you have today, it's to enhance everything that you have today. So we do have a lot of luxuries in our brands and our ability to provide services, whether that's at our local enterprise truck and car rental locations, or in my division, which specializes in financial analysis of leasing versus paying cash. So although we do seem like a very large company because of our global footprint, we are all local, and that's what provides excellent customer service to your city's staff. So myself, I live in Boynton Beach, but we do have a lot of folks here that are local to the community. I have 4 of them listed here on the screen for you. Your account fleet coordinator, she's your day-to-day contact. She's your one-call contact for the city for items that they need. I'm your client strategy manager, so I put together future planning, 10-year models and forecasts, and I'm in charge of making sure your city folks know what's coming down the pipeline in the industry and how those changes are going to affect the city, to make sure that you're always in a position to take advantage of, not be taken advantage of by the markets. We have a local leadership team in the 2 folks that you see listed here as well. They're important because we can make local decisions to help customize our programs to fit your objectives and key goals, and give hands-on along the way. We do have a gentleman listed here on the screen as our National Service Department. He is not located here, he's in St. Louis. However, he is an expert in warranty and a lot of our maintenance programs, and he's in charge of adding additional folks to the program. For example, if there were additional maintenance shops within the city that you'd like to add. With our focus, Enterprise's focus is on customer service, so it's not a surprise. We've continued to deliver results, but also focus on listening to our partners and their concerns to address those. And these are a couple of the folks that are here in South Florida that have partnered with us for a variety of reasons to solve some unique scenarios that they have. And what they all have partnered through us with the same method that your city has, which is through Sourcewell. It's our nationally vetted RFP. And while they have partnered with us, whether to extend their budget, do more with less, or capitalize on our infrastructure, one thing that is the same for all of them is that, again, customer service and ongoing program management always echo as reasons why they continue their partnership with Enterprise. So I would like to address some problems that the city is looking today to tackle, and this is why extending our partnership throughout the city is beneficial. So looking to modernize the fleet, whether that's in EVs, hybrids, sustainability studies, infrastructure connections. Enterprise also has ESG initiatives, and we've been rolling out electric vehicles to all of our employees. So we've had the practice in this infrastructure, and we've studied the total cost to own and operate units, and that's what we're trying to help the city with. From the acquisition challenges that the cities face today, whether that's with the police team trying to procure units, with a lot of the challenges and the supply chain constraints that COVID has brought, we've been able to help open up the doors, as opposed to the ways that you purchase traditionally, to all of the sources and unique funding opportunities that Enterprise brings to the table. So that brings us to almost 1,900 dealerships that we're adding as additional acquisition channels for your team. Still procured under Sourcewell, which is the nationally vetted RFP. When we look at operational efficiency, Enterprise is coming in just to support your team. How do we help you get newer vehicles and stay on budget? A lot of that, also that support comes in with good record keeping, which Enterprise is helping create a data warehouse for your team to associate all costs for a vehicle to a vehicle, whether that's fuel, maintenance related, and also the surpluses in reselling vehicles. When we look at how Enterprise helps the city achieve the strategic resale, mentioned we have our rental brands. We sell over 1 million vehicles a year across the United States. We measure every dollar counts. So we have perfected that infrastructure and that process, and we actively remarket your vehicles to a lot of wholesalers and dealers that you see. The last piece that I wanted to touch on that the city is trying to achieve is reinfusing the local tax base, which we just mentioned. So Enterprise is able to do that a few different ways. The first is obviously we have folks here within the city at our car rental location that's off of Blue Heron. We also have a location off of Dyer Boulevard, which is the truck location, Enterprise Truck Rental. We do have shops located here within the city, which is illustrated in the green box that are currently on our maintenance program. Everyone within Enterprise that has a rental car or that has a leased vehicle through Enterprise, which in South Florida, there's about 30,000 of those units, are using these types of shops. When we look at the total amount of shops within a 5-mile radius, there's 44. So ultimately, there's about $175,000 in maintenance spend that the police team encountered over the last year. Now that's down 50% almost from when they started with Enterprise, predominantly due to not operating 10-year-old police vehicles that are causing $10,000, $12,000 repair every year. However, this money was spent in the local community in and around Riviera Beach. So my division is a little different than our car rental locations. My job is to come in and focus on the total cost of ownership approach and fleet management. So all 10 things you see on the screen today are what Enterprise Fleet Management does. Some of the key items that the city of Riviera Beach has found immediate impact in, I had already mentioned acquisition, opening up the channels and being able to stay ahead of the curve, take advantage of the market, ordering at the right time to make sure that your team receives their vehicles, which is key because we can't cycle out and sell and take advantage if we don't have those inbound units. Also looking at the maintenance programs and the fuel programs, which are providing local tax base, being able to infuse those as well as reducing expenses by operating newer vehicles that are more fuel efficient and require less types of maintenance. Enterprise's partnership will also tie in your existing Geotab telematics program. And ultimately, it's going to, again, reduce the capital budget by selling these vehicles in the right channels at the right time and actively remarketing those. So if I can transition now into why municipalities partner with Enterprise, it really boils down into 3 main portions. Financially, it's creating a sustainable program, doing more with less from the funding perspective, and creating accurate forecasts and expenditures, and finding market opportunities. Operationally, it's to help increase the support for your fleet team. How do we give them more technology and easier tools to use to enhance and support their day-to-day functions? And finally, administratively, we're going over providing expert industry insights and updates. So again, looking back over COVID over the last few years, how my partners have been able to navigate your police team has come out far ahead and fared much better than the folks that were left to navigate on their own. And that's where we want to come in and provide a lot of value. The holistic approach that then entails when we're looking at vehicles as a total cost to operate, Enterprise as a company currently looks at this the same way we do our fleet, which is that there's 3 main costs to a budget for a fleet vehicle. It's depreciation, fuel, and maintenance. And so how you help to control these costs is reducing depreciation by buying the vehicle low and then selling the vehicle in the right markets at the right time for the right price. And then controlling fuel by having fuel efficient vehicles, having alternative fuels, having hybrids, and then reducing maintenance. So instead of larger dollar repairs, we're going to have smaller repairs that are more quick service related. So today, most cities look at this in two silos. The first is the capital budget, and the second is the operating budget. And by doing that approach, unfortunately, because of budget constraints, the capital budget usually dictates your replacement plan. And that means that your operating budget is spiking due to aging fleets and not replacing these vehicles on time. So by looking at these instead of in silos as a functioning group, this is a great illustration of how those items work together. So over time, a vehicle loses its value, and the fuel and the maintenance to keep that vehicle going are going to increase. When you look at the circle that's on the page, that's an illustration of the optimal time to replace. That's what we do. We come in and we say, what's the best and most efficient time to operate that vehicle based off of these factors? And that optimal life cycle is different for a police vehicle or for a dump truck or an administrative vehicle. But Enterprise is going to come in and do a total cost comparison to help the city identify the right cycle time for these units. And so if we look at this philosophy, which Enterprise uses in all of our mobility brands and with all of our current partners, on your fleet today, you have about 387 total vehicles across all of the city, worth about 7.8 million bucks. But if you look at the replacement model that has been historically in place for the team, again, driven by your capital budget, you'll see that there's a lot of aging vehicles. Typically, what Enterprise does when we partner with cities is come in and address vehicles 8 years or older until we get it down to the sweet spot, which is usually about 5 or 6 years. And the reason why is because over time, again, maintenance is going to rise and you're going to lose your buying power as the government. So when you buy a vehicle low as a government agency, you're getting a steep discount. By partnering with Enterprise, you're able to then capitalize on the resale structure. So the longer you hold that vehicle, it's obviously going to be worth less. A 10, 15-year-old vehicle is not going to be worth as much as an 8-year-old vehicle or a 6-year-old vehicle. So when we look at how it would impact the city, a 5-year replacement plan is what I'm going to illustrate, but this is ran out for actually 10 years. So every single year that we meet, we're doing a projection for 10 years out. Today, the total estimated fleet budget, which was worked with the city to provide what are your current costs for fuel, for maintenance, and for purchasing, was about $1.5 million. So when we look at Enterprise's replacement plan in year one is 38 vehicles. On average, you guys are currently replacing about 8 due to your budget. So when we come in, Enterprise would say, hey, there's 38 units that are past their useful life. Now, if we were to sell those 38 vehicles, put new vehicles on a leasing program, and then account for the total cost for fuel and maintenance, including those new units, it would be about $535,000. So that impact is greatly driven by reselling the 38 units that you have today and then using that capital to offset this budget. By doing that, you're going to reduce a lot of the higher types of repairs that your city is experiencing today. And obviously, that's also going to help you reduce your fleet count. So we say right size and right type. If we were to take that circle that we illustrated that said, hey, this is the best time to operate, and play that out year over year over the next 5 years, this is the type of implementation that we would start with. Each year we're revisiting this with city leadership team to identify if these are the right vehicles to replace or not. However, over a 10-year period, our estimated savings conservatively is about $8 million. And that's based off of, again, capitalizing on our ability to resell, your ability to buy low, and maintaining the costs for fuel and for maintenance. So you might wonder, how do we bridge the gap from 8 to 38? So what I'd like to do is take you through some different funding options and focus on what Enterprise recommends, which is the equity lease option that's colored in green on your screen. So assuming that we had a vehicle that we were purchasing through, I'm going to walk you through these 3 methods. Before I start, I do want to say that it is GASB compliant, because that's something that's really important for government agencies. So in option 1, which is what you do today, you'd buy a car, and on day 1, you'd give $25,000 to the dealership for that vehicle. In option 2, if you were to finance, a standard finance says 100% of the vehicle cost over a period of time. And in ours, it's saying, hey, as an equity lease, don't pay for 100% of the vehicle because we know you're going to sell it. and it's going to be worth something. So let's conservatively pay for only a portion of the vehicle. By doing that, you're going to leverage your dollars in other areas and be able to purchase more units. So in our example, if we have a $50,000 budget, in option 1, you'll buy 2 vehicles. In option 2, you would buy 10. And in a lease structure, you would buy 16. So the impacts would be great in the fuel maintenance and in your resale categories. If we look at what this looks like line by line, so I'd just like to walk you through basically a vehicle's life cycle. So when you buy it, you pay for it, and you sell it. And what does that look like? So in all 3 models, it's going to be the same for the vehicle cost. It's $25,000. And from a payment standpoint, in year 1, you don't have any because you already paid the vehicle off. In year 2, you have the equal payments, which was $5,000. And then in option 3, you have $3,000, which is just a portion of the total cost of that unit. So the total that's paid over 5 years, in options 1 and 2, you pay 100%. You pay $25,000. And in option 3, we've left a residual balance. You've only paid $15,000. So the amount that's not paid off in options 1 and 2 is 0. And the amount that's not paid off in a leasing structure is the $10,000. The resale value is not determined by how you fund it, so it's going to be the same in all 3 categories. And ultimately, this piece that we're looking at of equity, which is a large driver in how you create a sustainable fleet program, that's how much you sell a vehicle for minus what you owe for it. And ultimately, in this model, you'll have less equity at term. That means that you've used your dollars more wisely along the way to purchase more vehicles and drive down the cost of your operating budget. So ultimately, again, the difference is that we're able to buy more vehicles, and that over time, that compounding savings is where we're able to create a sustainable fleet program. So Enterprise's goal in our partnership with you as we continue to expand into the city is to provide these insights, provide this data, provide the structure to create a more sustainable fleet and take you from where you are today, where a lot of those vehicles are past its useful life, and bring them into a more optimal time to operate as we help you navigate the ability to buy vehicles and the ability to transition into hybrids, EVs, whatever that looks like for the city. So I appreciate your time. I know that that was a lot of information, and the city and I have been working on this for 5 years, 5 years. But I appreciate your time and open to any questions that your team might have. But we want to ensure that this is a seamless transition and day-to-day workflows for the city staff, and then provide all of our data and our insights over the last 60 plus years of doing business, and give that to the city as you continue to embark to refresh your fleet.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We do not have any public comment cards for this item.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the board?
I think that, I like this plan, and I think that is good for the time being, but I do want the Public Works Department to explore those options of the pros and cons between doing it in-house and having it farmed out. I say that because I think I asked the city manager one time about, when we're having all these conversations about the garbage collection, what would it take for us as a city to actually do that? And he talked about trucks, and we had to buy, hire individuals. We would have to have materials. We're looking at $200,000-$300,000, at a minimum to even get started with something like that. So I understand the cost involved in terms of going, farming it out versus in-house. But I would like to know, what it would cost to have it in-house versus farming it out, just to kind of get an idea of what it would take the city in the future to get to that point.
Council, so I'm assuming that's a question just for a later time, just some feedback from a director.
Yes,
Okay.
it's for a later time. I just really wanted to see, I know that we can't do it tomorrow, but to see what the city has to do to get to that point, to even have it in-house, and is it worth it?
And I think that's some of the concerns. So before moving forward, that would be my same sentiments. But in addition to that, I think that with the savings that we have over 5-year period of 200,000 a year, that could be reinvested as well back into job creation, training, and opportunities. I know we've slated staff with a tough task of trying to cut as many corners as possible to try to save dollars without the risk of a detriment to the residents. But this has been an initiative I know that Enterprise has been working on for a few years. Where are we going to reallocate these funds? Is this going to directly impact our residents? Is there going to be a benefit from this $1 million savings? Because we have to, of course, rebuild an entire community infrastructure-wise, and that's why we're trying to turn over every rock to find the dollars for this. And I appreciate staff finding this, but I want to make sure that we've defined that, say, okay, we're going to take this $1 million and split it in half to pour it back directly into job creation with the opportunities and jobs that we could be creating. I want us to be creative, as one of my colleagues did say, be creative with how we're going to identify this. With the modernization of our fleet, we are going to need state-of-the-art and the top-notch service currently available. And on-the-job training would be difficult to modernize it immediately and save us those same dollars. But I think we have to be creative, a clear plan with what we're going to put this $750 to $1 million of savings directly into, and knowing that we're going to impact the residents and the opportunities for the residents.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With regards to the potential of the transition to enterprise, first and foremost, it does allow for a quick modernization of the city's fleet, its rolling stock. We did that as a result of with the cruisers that we had for the police department, and invariably, if we wouldn't have moved to that, we wouldn't have a situation where you modernize the entire police fleet in a couple of years. With respect to the public works employees, their responsibilities will still be working in fleets operations. They will help courier vehicles to the appropriate service providers. They will also create inventory. They'll look at the invoices. They'll also assist in small engine repairs, from chainsaws to gators and the like. I can tell you there's a lot of services that we contract out because we don't have the ability to effectively service some of those things because our folks are busy. So if anything, you would see an expansion of the public works operation concerning the mechanically inclined type positions, because there is a desperate need for a lot of the other smaller pieces of stock. One of the other things is as vehicles become more modern, the equipment to plug them in just for the purposes of diagnosing what the problem is profoundly more expensive, and it is hard to also get that type of skill set out in the marketplace because it is very competitive, especially when you're looking at these other outfits that are providing this particular service. But we can provide you what the build out of our fleet group will look like. But we think that this is something that there are some bona fide savings, and there will be investments into the Public Works Department. And I can tell you, I've had conversations with the Public Works Director. He's not asking for less employees. Quite frankly, he's asking for more employees because of the buildup of a fleet management, or not a fleet management, but a facilities management division and the like. So there is a future growth that will happen in that operation and specific to that division as well.
And even if we're using some of the savings, that's given him $100,000 to $200,000 annually over the next 5 years to reinvest into that department. Because I just want us to have a clear plan and vision. If we decide to move forward with this fleet and this partnership with Enterprise, make sure we've identified every dollar in savings that's going to impact the residents and also create opportunities and jobs for residents as well. The management training program that I believe Enterprise has is partnering with them on that program, partnering with some of the jobs. And I know my pro temp had the foresight to work with this reentry program and the department over here. So there's a lot of things that we can do. I'm just concerned with us moving forward in this direction because I don't want to see us outsourcing without having an impact on the residents and creating jobs for residents. Additional comments from the board?
Yeah.
Mr. Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Farber, this is a much better presentation than what we've had a few years ago. Certainly, it was not that detailed, and I appreciate that. I would like to see how, if at all possible, that we can explore. I know this takes a lot of work, and to implement a plan like that is very big, but to try to particularly incorporate servicing vehicles ourselves, and I'm not sure that you guys get any contract pricing when you service vehicles or send vehicles in to repair. I was taking a vehicle and I seen one of the new lease vehicles currently. Actually, yesterday I seen it, and hopefully there's an opportunity for us to explore that. I'm a little more confident after your explanation. Too much, but I think it definitely was pretty thorough.
Thank you. I appreciate that. To give.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Colleagues, additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson McCoy, Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier, Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. And thank you again as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Item 11C, Resolution 171-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan SP-23-0013 request from Thermo King of the Southeast Palm Beach for a new parking area and a proposed port cochere on approximately plus or minus 3.44 acres of land, plus or minus 149,846.4 square feet, generally located at 6870 and 6900 North Military Trail. The property control numbers 564242362200000010 and 564242360000. I'm sorry, 000001050. Providing for conditions of approval, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards. The acceptance of cards is now closed.
Thank you.
Motion to approve Resolution 171-23.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chair, the staff presentation earlier did cover this item and the next. Staff does not have an additional presentation, but we are here for any questions that may exist.
Thank you, Mr. Sermons. And Madam Clerk, you did say that there were no public comment cards, correct?
We do not have any comment cards for this item.
Thank you. Questions from the board on this item? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier, Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 11D.
Item 11D, Resolution 172-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a replat by Thermo King of the Southeast Palm Beach to replat plus or minus 3.44 acres of contiguous lots of record into a single parcel of property totaling approximately plus or minus 3.44 acres, which is plus or minus 149,846.4 square feet of land area located at 6870 and 7900 North Military Trail. Property control numbers 5642423622000010 and 5642423600001050, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do not have any comment cards for this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
Motion to approve Resolution number 172-23.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chair, staff did provide a presentation earlier that was inclusive of this item. Staff does not have an additional presentation for this item, but we are present for any questions that may exist.
Thank you. Questions from the board? And I just want to thank owners, representatives from Thermocare, just for continuing to invest in Riviera Beach and your continued commitment. So thank you for being here, and thank you for staying with us this late night. No comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Lawson, unanimous vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
We are on item 12A, discussion and deliberation, large family child care home regulations.
Mr. Chair,
Board, we,
gi-
go ahead.
given the hour, Is there any urgency to this topic, or can we put it off until a future date?
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Uh, Mr. Chair, this is not necessarily urgent, but honestly, the staff has two very pointed questions to ask for direction from council of this item that has been requested for some time. We can certainly push it off, but that is the stance of staff.
Are they quick, just, yeah?
If it's discussion and deliberation, could you just meet one-on-one with council and then bring it back? Because
that
I
as
believe
well.
all the board would have no problem just kind of addressing them if it's just discussion. If you needed direction and clear direction for the entire board, then I would understand we could possibly discuss it. But if you just want to have discussion to get the opinion, then if you could just reach out to the board.
Yes.
Really, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Ms. Sermons.
Thank you.
Mr.
Discussion.
Chair, and if he had a presentation, can he just go ahead and send it to us? You were doing a presentation. You had a presentation?
I could do that as well.
Yeah, if you could forward that to us. Perfect. And then having the discussions one-on-one so that we can move forward with the changes to the regulations. Thank you. Discussion by city manager?
None, Mr. Chair.
Discussion, city attorney?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Pursuant to Florida statute, section 286.011, subsection 8, subsection D, public meetings and records, and in a desire to obtain advice concerning labor negotiations, I am requesting a time that the city council is available for a closed executive session in the matter of International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, labor negotiations. The city attorney, along with the city's outside counsel, would like to meet with the city council members to discuss International Association of Firefighters negotiations between the city of Riviera Beach and the union. Please advise if you're available on Wednesday, February 21st, 2024 at 1 p.m. for this session.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And what was the time again? Thursday at 1?
Yes, does 1 p.m. work for everyone?
It would be Wednesday.
On the 21st.
Oh,
21st.
I'm sorry, what is-
Wednesday, February 21st. at
Wednesday, February 21st?
Yes.
Board?
Yes,
1.
1 o'clock.
That works for me.
Works for me.
Board?
Fine.
Okay.
No. One colleague said they couldn't make it.
I'm not able.
How long is it?
It's probably going to take us about an hour.
Okay, I can do an hour.
Is there an alternative date or time that we could have the entire makeup of the board? Or any other recommended time?
Our outside counsel, Laura Donlin, is available. She has several dates, February 22nd, February 20th, 21st, 22nd, or 23rd.
I think it's any times, 20th, 21st, 22nd?
Yes, sir.
What times? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
I mean, you guys can meet on the 21st. I mean, it doesn't stop me from understanding what the issues are. And, you know, here's the thing. If we're going to be, at least I do agenda review on Tuesday. If you're talking about this on Wednesday, I mean, I can share my perspective or understand what staff has in my agenda review or sometime around that. But I'm not able to take 2 consecutive days at 1 o'clock to go and do city business.
Thank you.
You know, we've been talking about a pay increase, but I'm not going to take from my my way of living to continue because somebody's schedule doesn't match. That's not going to work. You know, I think I'm making enough sacrifices as is. So,
Thank you, Councilman. So, board, we will leave it at the 21st at 1 p.m. Are we in agreement with that? Thank you. Any additional comments?
Yes, sir. Therefore, a closed executive session will be held on the 21st day of February 2024 at 1 p.m. at the Marina Event Center, 190 East 13th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida, 33404. Specific matter to be heard, International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, labor negotiations. Those persons in attendance will be City Attorney Don S. Wynn, Esquire, and/or Assistant City Attorney Keandria Davis, Esquire, Special Counsel Laura Donlin, Esquire, Mayor Ronnie L. Felder, members of the City Council, City Manager Jonathan Evans, Union negotiating team members, Fire Chief John Kerr, Assistant Fire Chief Keith Golden, Assistant Fire Chief Mark Johnson, Human Resources Director Jacqueline Bartley, Finance Director Randy Sherman, and Assistant Finance Director Nydia Reynolds. The subject matter of the closed executive session shall be restricted to the International Association of Firefighters negotiations. That completes my comments.
Thank you. Committee reports?
I'll save mine for next time.
Thank you. Statements from the mayor and city council, starting with the mayor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I announced earlier, I will be partnering with the Office of the Inspector General to conduct the investigation concerning the water. If there are any questions related to this investigation, please email jmbrown@rivierabeach.org. Also, additionally, I was contacted by several city employees after they saw their names listed on the news last week as having making a formal complaint against Councilman McCoy. These employees stated that they never made a formal complaint to the city. Mr. Evans, I'm asking, could you provide me with an official response by the end of next week as to whether these 19 employees actually filed formal complaints against Mr. McCoy, who these complaints were given to, and how the names were provided to the local news outlets? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, I just asked you this. Can you provide us an update on collective bargaining negotiations for the police, Benevolent Association, and their members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sounds go ahead.
I did provide the board with a correspondence. We were able to come to a resolution with the PBA concerning the ratification of an employment agreement. In the MOU, we were able to facilitate, as once the item is approved by PBA, we would come back and ultimately bring the item before the board, and we would go retro to when they actually voted. So we were able to successfully negotiate a contract, and our hope is to get it on the agenda for your February 21st meeting for ratification. So the attorneys are working to put the contract and the TA items together, and then invariably bring that before the board for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, can you give me or give the board a report on the data security incident that involved over 500 individuals who were employed and are still employed here, with the data security breach regarding social security numbers? I think it's been 3 months since I've asked in the public meeting, and this issue has not been brought to a close, and certainly to some sort of formal report. So when can we expect that, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
I can have that emailed out to the board by the end of this week, if not sooner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Councilwoman Shirley, Pro Tem Lanier.
Yes, I have. Yesterday in my office, in conjunction with Found Care Community Partners and the Health Council of Southeast Florida, convened an event aimed at addressing the health needs of residents in the city. Attendees had the opportunity to access crucial information regarding services designed to support their physical and mental well-being. By actively involving community members in discussions surrounding health, we can foster collective action to enhance health practices. I'm enthusiastic about the outcomes of this initiative. Further details regarding the upcoming meetings in this series will be communicated. Also, Palm Beach County Department's Housing and Economic Development announces the availability of State Housing Initiative Partnership First Mortgage Loan Assistance Program funds, SHIP funds. It is for first-time homeowners for a mortgage up to 4% fixed interest rate, and also purchase price cannot exceed $450,000 for a home. Eligible applicants can apply online. The portal will open on Monday, and it closes on February 26th. There is up to, I want to say, $150,000 that is available to first-time home buyers for assistance with mortgages and assistance with acquisition of property for their homes. Also, I wanted to say that the young lady that talked about a drug test, and I just wanted to tell people to govern themselves accordingly in terms of libel, slander, and defamation of character. There was also another uh, resident that spoke about the board working together. And, I just really want to say if the board is to work together, then we need to make sure that some members are not participating in bullying, harassment, and physical assaults of other members. So I really want to make sure that this issue of Mr. McCoy and his harassment and bullying of this council member, employees, that it is not forgotten, that it is not dismissed, and that it is something that is very serious. It is serious, just as serious as our water, just as serious as our bond issue, just as serious as any other issue that the city has. I do not want people to forget it, and I don't want anyone to make it seem as if it is something that needs to be swept under the rug or something that people just need to dismiss altogether because of Mr. McCoy and who he is. I just really want to be clear about the fact that this happened to me and to other council members. This happened to employees. And to forget that is to forget the fact that council people and employees need to be in a safe environment in order to do the work of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilwoman Botel.
Thank you. I have two issues. One, I've been working on the second annual Black Family Wellness Expo. You'll see a flyer about it on social media. The Links is putting that together. It will take place on Saturday, March 2nd at Inlet Grove Community High School from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we have a number of exciting opportunities with immunizations, blood pressure screenings, diabetes, women's health, et cetera. I've passed along a copy of the flyer to my colleagues on the council. But a very important issue, and that is the beach erosion on Singer Island. It's gotten to a crisis point, particularly at the north end of the island. We've had pool walls fall onto the beach, and the beach up there is practically non-existent. It's really a dire crisis situation. I've received a number of emails and voicemail messages about this just today. You might have received something from the mayor's office, a copy of an email sent by Dr. Gracias Focos. She asked that you receive her request prior to tonight's meeting. I'm not sure if that had an opportunity to get to you yet, but in any case, I've been working with Palm Beach County Environmental Resources Management on short-term solutions, but really, in order to have a long-term solution, it was suggested by the Army Corps of Engineers, with whom we met about a week ago, that we approach Representative Brian Mast to include us in the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, because it's the potential to get some federal dollars to help do a study that would determine the best way to remediate the erosion situation, particularly on the north end of the island. So this evening, I'm asking for your support that the city manager write a letter to Brian Mast's office asking them to include Riviera Beach in the WRDA 2024 process. And so that's something that I would love to have your support for this evening so that we can go ahead. There is a very limited time that we have in order to apply for this grant. And so we need to take action tonight if we could, please.
Thank you, Dr. Botel. Want to just make a quick comment just to purify.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman,
I
go
need to
ahead.
have some consensus from the council that this is something with which we can proceed. If no one has any objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Mr. Evans, is that all you need?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
that's all I need. I'll draft the letter and send it out tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And just to
colleagues.
clarify, thank you, Councilwoman Botel. And just to clarify the record, the speaker spoke about our police chief not being in attendance, and I do see him in the room. So I just want to make sure that all residents know that chief sat from the beginning to the very end. So thank you for being here, chief, and thank you for your work, Mr. Evans, as well. No further business of the city. This meeting is adjourned.